Act to address the city. With us we have Archana Hande. A brief introduction is what I'm going to do later when they take on. They will, I'm sure they're going to explain their works in terms of their autobiographical way as well. Archana Hande, roughly, in rough introduction, is she studied at Shantiniketan and MS University, Baroda. Known as a printmaker, now she does many other things which should come as a surprise to all of us. Also to trace the several decades of her development as an artist addressing the city. Then we have Suresh Kumar, we dearly call him as Suri, and he is known as the Sarjapur Kari guys. Earlier he had a previous avatar as a handyman, and he has been part of many art initiatives. And then we have Bhartesh Yadav, who has studied art history, does artworks, videos, various medias. None of them are do adhere to any one form. It keeps on changing according to the necessity of the subject. But the best thing I want to tell you about is that we know each other from past 30 years. It's a community. So addressing them formally is a bit an embarrassment as well. And then we have, Archana was saying that I taught both of you, and then I said I helped you out teach both of them. And then what I mean is the sense of belongingness of an art community to address the city is very important because in the 90s when we graduated, Bangalore was a lesser known space as an artist space. It was always Mumbai, Delhi and Madras. And when we came back fresh from Shantiniketan, Baroda and other places, Bangalore was just a space of accommodation where an art market never existed. At the same time, we also went on doing artworks, writings, etc. in spite of lacking any economic support. That perhaps led to many artist-led initiatives, artistic activities, but we used Bangalore as a space to begin with. Then we started addressing as the site to address. Luckily, there were many artists from outside who came in to have a look at it. And then Bangalore itself started becoming like a very interesting subject to address, a metropolitan city in the making. And then, let's say, Suresh and me, we are from the edge of Bangalore. We were not Bangaloreans when we were born, but now since there's a larger Bangalore, we have become Bangaloreans, so to say. So in that sense, that idea of belongingness, home away from home, home within home, etc. What I will do in the next few minutes before I hand it over to each speaker is that give a brief introduction of what happened to the art of Bangalore in last 2-3 decades. Yeah, as you can see, we have, there was the first art school in Bangalore was called as Kala Mandira, and it was started 1 year before Shantiniketan school, the first modern art school of India began. It still is functional. Then we had Ken School, Chitrakala Parishad, etc. And the idea of starting an art school to produce art for Bangalore was actually started off with an exhibition at the banquet hall of Vidhan Sauda, where the definition of art for the politicians was to just have a craft mela kind of thing. Then suddenly the idea came up to somebody and said, why don't you start an art school? And that's where these art schools started. And at the same time, during the colonial period, Kala Mandira used to operate not only teaching you art, but also teaching you many trades of, to make a living out of that. So it was a kind of a job-oriented course, but looking at what happened to Bangalore in the terms of building the major buildings, Madras Sapphires, the military group, went on building a few important buildings, and then there was Kala Mela, which used to be organized every unevenly, but there were 8 editions. Then there was Samoha Shilpa. There was one set of sculptures created by 29 artists together under the curatorial practice of the great R.M. Hadpad, who used to head the Ken School of Art. Then we have Chitra Sante, which is still going on, started from Chitrakala Parishad. Every year people come there. The number of people who come to all the exhibitions in all the museums of Karnataka throughout the year is less than the number of people who come to that one-day event at Chitra Sante, which blocks the main road, which leads to the official chief minister's house and a golf ground and 2-star hotels. What I mean is, an artistic activity trying to intervene into the already existing traffic jams is an undertone that we can read within Chitra Sante happening. There was a brief episodes of Bangalore Habba, and then the Art Park is an event that takes place once a Sunday every month. And then Sol Sante, you might be more familiar with that. And then there were paintings on buses and bullock carts, and Art in Transit is our own SMI project going on. As you go to the metro stations and other places, you can see the visual interventions of the students. And it's very interesting that people who come to SMI, most of the students are also very new to the city. For them, Yelahanka would be the main center, and then they go into the city. It's a nice way of looking at the city with a locus, with a particular lens of within and without. If you look at that Kannada sentence I've written in that gray at the top, it says, Akkada Ennada Beach Little Kannada. The fate of Kannada in Bangalore. It was by Ashish Rajyadeksha who has suggested this. Akkada is Telugu, Ennada is Tamil, beach mein Hindi, little English and Kannada. So what's the fate of the language in a city? Look at any capital city of India, the language of that particular state in that capital is not the major language, except let's say Bengal and Chennai and Calcutta and Chennai. So I'm just letting some loose ends that can be knit together later. Then we had the street paintings by BBMP a decade ago, which faced a lot of criticism for one reason. The intention of the wall painting was not to decorate the walls as much as to stop people pasting their political agendas and film posters on that. And that turned out to be a very grotesque affair where, they were all pictures and suddenly they were, there was an incident where the then Maharaja of Mysore stopped the car, came over and gave a photo to the painter who was doing his portrait, said, earlier I was on the stouter side, now I have reduced my weight, please paint this portrait. The amazing incidents happening over there. And Ananthamurthy defined what his sense of Bangalore should be. He said that if I can cross the road of a major road in Bangalore with my grandson without fear, that's my notion of Bangalore. Yeah, we call it as from potholes to patelas. Patelas are the Gauda community who built Bangalore, so to say, formally, and potholes. That's one kind of title I was thinking about. So Bangalore is always defined as others. S.M. Krishna wanted it to become Singapore of India, and then somebody wanted it to be Shanghai of India, but why not Bangalore of India? And so this idea to become like somebody was what was very rampant in the 90s before the corporate world came over here. And then earlier it had the name as Garden City, Pensioners Paradise, etc. Now it's Silicon. Sometimes we cynically call it as Silicon, but fine. There are a few names that I mentioned below who have contributed to the identity of Bangalore in terms of artistic ways. There was the Salumara Timakka, the one who planted 400 trees between two villages to provide shade. Look at her sense of civic duty. Then there was Park Padma, who used to illegally stay in the park, Kaban Park, fluently. She used to speak English and she passed away there. It's like, people sometimes feel that alienated feel in the cities. Anamika Mahadeva is the guy who buried about 30,000 unclaimed bodies in Bangalore. Victoria Hospital would have those unclaimed bodies, and they don't usually burn the bodies, they bury the bodies so that in case there's a police case, people come and exhume the bodies. And the police used to pay them some 800 rupees per burial, and sometimes I've seen him burying more than 2 bodies in the same pit because of the lack of space, which is also the problem that real estate would have brought into the city. And then there is Ash Recycler, who was a butcher, turned into recycler. He collects all the leftover digital gadgets and then has employed about 400 women in Kolar to reuse them to create radios and other things instead of throwing it away, the waste, e-waste. Then Chiranjeev Singh is one important retired IAS officer whose contribution to art has been immense. He's like a stamp on every exhibition. Wherever you go, he's there. But he has been more than an IAS officer trying to get into the groove of the art field of Bangalore. And then even, economically, emotionally connected to artists from a long time. And there was another IAS officer by name I.M. Vittal Murthy. And then Kempegoda, obviously, Kempegowda was quite influenced by the glory of Vijayanagar as a corporate world then. He wanted to create one like that. More than corporate, I would call it as a business center. Then Kengal Hanumanthaya is the one who built Vidhan Sauda in the 1950s. Unfortunately, the man who dreamt about building this beautiful parliament house, when it was completed, he didn't have the power to go back and sit inside. So then Rajkumar. Rajkumar was the film actor of Kannada, when his burial took place in Bangalore. There were about 7 people who died in spite of people knowing that this would happen. These are the people who defined the cities in certain ways from past 4-5 decades when the art of Bangalore was developing. And we have some quick artworks. The sculpture of at the airport, not much aesthetically appreciated, but it's there as whatever you could call it as, pitching democracy next to aristocracy. And that's a rare mural of Kempegowda to the right side. And then the Kalamandir school to the top left, which is still there, which is 104 years old. And then there was this politician turned into an artist by name Rumale Chennabasappa, who painted landscapes in such a way that you could identify the buildings of Bangalore in the background. What John Berger calls it as the specific address of a landscape in artistic terms. He brings it very nicely. And unfortunately, there was an incident where he used to always go and paint the landscapes of Bangalore on the spot. And one day he was getting into an auto rickshaw, a bus came and hit the auto rickshaw, and that's how he died when he was going to paint somewhere. These are beautiful stories, though, of tragic and comic notions. Bangalore Habba was there for a few years. This Kadlekai Parshi, the groundnut mela, does happen every now and then. It's been spreading out to different localities within Bangalore. These were the triggers that made people do artworks. There was this Chinese artist by name Liu Bolin, who is known for camouflaging. We always think that artwork is something where the image comes out, but he wanted the images to go back because the Chinese law hides your voice. And he was trying to say that my voice is hidden, I'm invisible. He brings out invisibility like this. And when I was teaching him his works in art schools, I used to think that, what if he comes to Bangalore? Well, he came to Bangalore, painted the auto rickshaw drivers. The way they drive, they are invisible. They go through he made the drivers stand there and merged them with the background. So he was bringing a Chinese political statement into Bangalore also. And then we have 3 people who really, Auto Raja Shankarnag, you can always see him even now. He died in 1992 in a road accident, not in Bangalore, but his face is everywhere. And Arundhati Nag, who runs Ranga Shankara, his wife, at midnight once said, stopped the auto. Auto said, I don't want to come. She said, I am Shankarnag's wife. He said, so what? So he just went off without giving her a lift. And then Rajkumar and Puneet Rajkumar, 2 people who, at one point when people used to throw stones on glass doors, windows, they used to paste Rajkumar's photos so that nobody would touch it. Just like those posters, tiles where they put God's images so that nobody pisses there. And these are the way art plays more than an aesthetic role. We have a Balan Nambiar's sculpture, which was there everywhere in the 90s. And 3 people, we used to call them as Trimurtis, S.G. Vasudev, Balan Nambiar, and Yusuf Arakal. They were the ones who were doing the major murals of Bangalore. And then to the right, you have Salumara Timaka, the woman who is still alive, and she has planted those 400 trees. The belief as to why she had this civic sense was because somebody told her that you don't have kids. If you don't have kids, you don't go to heaven, you go to hell. As an alternative, they suggested you plant these trees, and she did that in spite of being a daily wager. And the car by Yusuf Arakal, I'm just showing you the kind of public imagination of art in the 90s. Then Chitrasante, the kind of crowd you see even now. Every first Sunday of every year, Chitrasante happens on Kumarakrupa Road. And even now people go there. People who go there as visitor now, 1 year, next year they come back as an artist there. The idea was to allow the sales of the artworks without the mediators, major perk going to the mediator. Some images of the Chitrasante, and then to the right you have Rangoli Metro, which was exploration experiment started at metro station when it started in MG Road to start a cultural center. And these are the few visuals that were brought in, and even now it became a major attraction. And so it's the government on and off keeps doing some very good creative works when they align properly with the art community. And art in transit images that you would see, you can't escape them, they're everywhere. And some images that you would be familiar about the city. And then we have Badal Nanjun Swami, who is an artist activist, or an activist artist. Wherever there's a pothole, he goes and does some artistic intervention so that the media draws the attention of the BBMP and does something out of that. And then we have our own Paul Fernandez, who takes us back through his illustrations, the idea of the colonial past of Bangalore. And this is a self-explanatory work by Guess Who, an anonymous artist. So cooking was also an artwork, for example. The artistic forms in Bangalore are not only, they have gone beyond objects. Sometimes when it comes to the major question of what do we do to the Bangalore in the future, it need not be always in the form of a form that appears, but it could be an activity, a performance. So the major exhibitions, I would stop at this image by our own, one of the deans, Ramesh Kalkur. He did this work way back in 20 years ago. And then this was, it's like responding to the leaders of the city, of the nation, and then trying to bring the signboard holding practice into that. They even refused giving permission to display this at Kaban Park. So we had to display it in a place called as Kannada Bhavana, which now ironically happens to be the cultural center of the government. So with this, I end this small slide. So what I mean to say is I'll just hand over the mic to each one of you. Each one of you will have about 10 to 15 minutes. And please show your works as practice. And maybe by the end of all the three presentations, we can just take in questions about what is the future of the city through your practice, what could be suggested in a collective authorship mode. Hope I'm clear with this. And Archana, you want to go next? Come. You can take the mic and fine. You want to come here?
The height, suddenly you feel short. Hi, good morning, and surprised to see at 9:30 at least a lot of students. So during our time, I don't think so we would have attended for sure. So, so as Anil introduced, my name is Archana. I am not a Bangalorean still. Maybe I'll need few more years to become, or I might not, so I don't know. But association with any city for me is a little difficult. I'm being in a transit every time, shifting from one city to another. So the last city I stayed was Bombay, and you get used to a city like Bombay, and it's very difficult to get an alternative city because of it is very large, cosmopolitan, and its true sense of metro. So if I think the next city, if I have to really choose, would be Bangalore, frankly, in today's day. One is, as Anil said, that there are languages and the industry is expanding, and it has a notion of becoming the fastest city, fastest metro in today's day. But the fear which I feel, because I see it as an outsider, frankly, that is my disclaimer. So, so I might even see it a little bit from the aerial view. I have been associated with Bangalore. As childhood, it was a summer vacation where my grandparents would be. Then in the college time, all my classmates, so many classmates from Bangalore, so there is a reason to come. And then later it became a habit of visiting, and of course later my parents also shifted. And 3 years back I shifted, and I suddenly remembered it used to be called Retired City. So maybe I have come for my retirement. So not sure, but yeah, but I think this would be the last city for me as a transit. What I see about cities, when in a larger context I would like to talk about, just not Bangalore, just not Delhi or Calcutta or Bombay. The fear is romancing a city. It is something when you start romancing it, and Bangalore is a place where people have a little the emotion is too it's very sensitive, like even a smaller to smaller they would like to really acknowledge and romance. So I frankly see still Bangalore is in transit. There are very beautiful old spaces, but also the new thing in the outer ring road happening. But then there is a loss, there is a feel of loss, which people would like to really retain it. And then there is again a sense of romancing with it. When I say this, maybe I'm also doing it now, and I feel, oh, this will get lost and that will get lost. And so we are holding on to it. So this particular image which I have is one of the most romantic spaces as a photograph. But when you go there, is it romantic? So here you can feel the fragments and everything there. You start feeling the whole kind of claustrophobic with the same fragments. But the business from 4:30 is amazing. But nobody talks about that. But we romance the image of it. So if I put this in Insta, I get a lot of likes. That is for sure, you know. Nobody talks, in Bangalore, everybody of course talks about the weather, one reason, but nobody talks about allergies. So as much there is a good weather, but there is an allergy. But I'm using this word as a metaphor. So there are the two sides which I am able to see it. Like this, postcards. Okay, it's very beautiful. But how many people really go to Lal Bagh or to Parade? But they still have this image. So I basically call it a postcard city because it's beautiful in a postcard. So a few years back, like from 1998, 99, while helping Janki in her book, designing her catalog for the show, I started getting introduced to the city, in and out, or I can say I'm within and without the city in today's day. And then later with Suresh and Shantamani, I really, the whole 10, 15 years, we did document. And last 3 years, I've been working with Bhartesh, and we have been doing a archive project which is called Bangalore / the postcard city. So now why Bangalore is a very word which has got introduced to the dictionary in today's day, which means either you from US, you are thrown out of the IT industry and you're Bangalore and you are in some Bannerghatta IT, you know, one small shop, or whatever, you're displaced. Or have you become Bangalore? It can be used positive or negative, that now you are in Bangalore with the IT industry. So you can use it, but in outside IT world, it has been little bit negative in a way, but we can use it as a positive because the IT industry really made the city in the global world. But it is not the first time it has been in the global world. Even during the World War II, you can see the silk industry history, you can get to know the Tipu Sultan stories. It has been in and out of the map, So there was like for example, 150 years back, there was a ship which was called Bangalore, run by the East India Company. But we don't have a shore. But it really traveled around for 100 years till it had the end of like a Titanic. So, it drowned. But it was called Bangalore. And before the British did the center in Bangalore, before the British came to India, that ship was still existing because the name made the world feel that British owns Bangalore. So it has definitely in and out of the map. So from the romance, if I come out, and I see now the city which is breaking and it is slowly transforming into what now Bombay is. Maybe it will take many years, but still there is that transformation. So this is how it is like rapidly building, but still inside the city there is not high rises, but when you go towards the outer ring road, you will see it's the rising thing. So it's very like if any city like Bombay is north to south, but this is very circular, and you see it's like a well, so around it, it is all the buildings are going high, rising, but inside it is more like a 4 stories, 3 stories, it's a, so from the aerial view, it's quite interesting, the landscaping of it, and so this is, these are the images which now we have started collecting for the project Bangalore. And suddenly we also start remembering, like as I'm saying, about the growth of the city, but there is already in 1966, there was a Kannada film, and there was a song called Beldida Nodu, Bengaluru Shehra, but like the city is already grown, it has become urban. But when you see that film, you feel, oh, it was so beautiful, it's so nice, it's still not grown. But now when you see this, you see the monsters coming around, and so this is our logo. And we have been also collecting where the name came from, what is the whole history. So we start investing from 1898 to 2020, which we were supposed to finish 2020. But fortunate or unfortunate, when we decided in 2018 to do this project, till then the COVID had not happened. We didn't even know. But 1898, we start from the plague, and we are ending with COVID. So it is a kind of, and then we see there is a lot of these history, Spanish flu too, and then we realize the city has the maximum hospitals in India, So every 100 meters there is one hospital, That itself is a kind of business center which has become. Okay. So quickly, these are the images which we are working on this. So from the plague to the IT, and I also a little bit want to quickly speak about that how we are also investing on the a pool of archive or images and information about the city, labor, textile, the waste, everything, and that kind of pool of library also helps me in my own personal work. So this is speaking about jacquard, and especially in the IT industry, whereas jacquard weaving, punching cards became the inspiration to make a computer. And then now, after 300 years, these looms are becoming the, the manual labors have to leave. It is becoming, it is already a power loom, but also a computer controlled. So it took 300 years where it is basically the inspiration to make a computer. So I've worked on it and how I use it in my personal space by making a pixel out of the jacquard thing and telling the story of the city. So we are still over? Yeah? Okay, I'll just show 2 lines. Yeah. And the other place which I have been investing and is the akhadas and also the gujaris. It's the second-hand Sunday markets and second-hand markets where you actually find, it is almost like an archive of the city. So now, because everything is recycled or everything is becoming new, for example, akhada is becoming gym, now where does the old akhada stuff goes? It goes to this Sunday market. So, or if there is a community kitchen which is becoming Swiggy, then where does all those vessels go? It goes into this. So it is an interesting thing that where the pete, which is the market, getting converted into a very today's technology, which is fantastic, which should be, but also the past is still there in the Sunday market. So it's very interesting to find this past and present. So with these images, I again did an installation in Kochi Biennial with all the wastes of the city, especially which looks at gender. And because the thing is, akhada still doesn't allow the woman, but still the jacquard weaving, they don't allow the woman. But so it's in the same places, so there is a division of work between the, so as I'm saying, the city is progressing, but it still has the patriarchal hangover which it is taking. So I end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana, for that, including anthropology and archaeology together into an artistic expression and the varieties of forms. I think your media came to you through the demand of the historicity of Bangalore itself rather than forcing it from outside. And we'll just keep this open. Thank you very much. I would invite upon Bhartesh Yadav to take over.
Namaskara. It becomes a bit easier when Anil speaks before you. I come from a Davangere, it's a central Karnataka. I moved to Bangalore to do my master's in CKP. There's not a much cultural shock, but there's a lot of excitement because you have seen Bangalore in cinema. Shankar Nag, Rajkumar, Vishnuvardhan, Ambrish. That's how I introduced to Bangalore. The second I landed in Bangalore, the first thing that happened to me is it's too big. And somehow finally you had to find a place to stay, then you make friends, then you need to speak English. You know what I'm saying? We come from a Davangere. uh, yeah, we had to speak English. I did after 10 years. Till then I survived. That's the introduction to Bangalore for me. You know? Language was very important. But I was a bit smart, so I chose a visual language. So it helped me in every way. So one doesn't have to speak. Like what I'm going to choose today, I'm not going to speak. Half of them is Anil did it. Anil is my teacher, by the way. Yeah. In 2010, got a small amount of money from a Bosch cultural something. We got some money, so you had to supposed to react to a city. So what I did a few photo performances and some photo montages. This set of work is one of the set which I did for that particular project. So what I did, let's imagine you're a Bangalorean sitting in a Chamarajpeta or a Basungudi, and your elder comes to home after a year or a 10 year or something, like your nana, nani, dada, dadi, right? So what do you do? First you take them a MTR, you take them to Brahman Cafe, make them have a good coffee. Now it's Ramakrishna. I have no idea why is it good. So what I did, I took Kempegowda for a walk. Everybody talks about Kempegowda, but nobody understood what this guy is. He's a Palegara. He never looked at a city as a site. He always looked at a city as a war machine. The Magdi, there's a small Kannada book called Kempegowda Avatara. It's a Kannada book, it's a 40-page. So it's a brilliantly that the author talks about how Kempegowda, why Kempegowda chose the city, not because of the Bendakaluru, boiled beans and all. It's like a very romantic, like Archana hates the idea of looking at city as a romantic place. You know? So what I did, so I'll just show you the images, then we'll speak. Basically, I'm taking a walk with Kempegowda in the city, and these are photo montages. Yeah, most of the images, I click them. Some of them are my journalist friends, and some of them are friends, basically. The Kempegowda having a conversation with the Chamarajpet ladies. Kempegowda on Telugu poster, the Kempegowda in TV9. So he's basically witnessing, he's basically making a pointer that I do see. I took him to Dhobi, the Chamarajpet Dhobi. Have you guys been there? You should really go. It smells worst. This is a metro when they were constructing. So one of my Prajavani friend clicked this photo. And that is 1956 photo, it's an old one, the town hall. I also showed him how the flavor of a Bangalore. I also made him a model for a Yugadi festival ad. And this is your left side, Sikkapate Kannada Solpa Hindi, total Bangalore. You know, too much of Kannada, a little bit of Hindi, and that is total Bangalore. Let's not forget Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam. But that is how it is. When I was doing it, the Indian cafe was closed, so I didn't know what to do, but I still took him. They were offering a free coffee. So I took him to Majestic. I made him a monumental figure. And this one, what you see, this is that time they were still building the ISKCON temple in Kanakpura. It wasn't there, but I just took him there. I showed him the empty site. Then, what you see on that side, that is now the Kempegowda International Airport, Kempegowda, which is 180 feet, Kempegowda statue, statue of prosperity. So yeah, I took a walk with Kempegoda, finally ended up in airport. I don't know why. So that's how I sort of looked Bangalore. That's how I walked Bangalore. Then in 2013, one of the German curator, Elka Falat, came to Bangalore, and she was sort of wanted to have a conversation around the city with artists, with visual artists. So what she said, she curated a very interesting show. She called it a very directly a garden city. Then there were, I think, we were around 20 artists in that show. All of them are sort of reacted to a city, how they feel it, what they think, what they thought, how they behave towards it, how city behaves to them. Is it city as a site, a city as a pointer, city as a mark, a city as just a place? Is it a vibe, or is it an emotion? Just go on. It goes on. So what I did, I just wanted to look at a city as a completely abstract notion where only the time, speed, volume, and depth and speed generates. City is a generator of all these emotions. City doesn't have anything within it as long as you don't give it. City is made of us. City doesn't have any character if you don't have a character. It's like if you can't smell, literally, you can't smell that coffee. But if somebody can smell, they can smell. Exist only because you exist. It's like a give and take. City works in that ways. So what I did, I just sort of abstractly reacted to that idea, and these are some sketches I made. Then after a lot of negotiations, money, space, and time, this was the installation. So what I created a small booth where you sort of see this annotation of time, volume, speed of a city. There are sounds, there are videos, there are installations, there are objects. So they have a sore throat. That's why I'm speaking a bit slow. There are images, there are paintings, there are a lot of things come together here. So just speak about how city is made of. You see these knots, just a sort of a metaphors. In every image, there are metaphors, there are symbolism, there are text. It goes on. Then the other project in 2011, the Chitra Sinte, what Anil was mentioning. So what I did in Chitra Sante, excuse me. Chitra Sinte is really a good platform if you want to say something. There are more than 7 to 8 lakh people. No, 70,000 to 80,000. This is huge. This is it's insane. And it's like a flow. People come and go, and everybody reacts to something reacts to everybody. It's crazy. So what I did, I wanted to have a small experimental piece where you barter few things. For example, what I did, I bought around 1,500 plants. Let's say medicine plants or samplers or whatever. So what I did, I bartered them with the garbage. You get me a pack of a garbage or a cover of a garbage or whatever. Within the Chitra Sante premises, you can get a one plant. For some reason it worked. People did go around and pick the garbage, and at the end of the day, all the 1,500 plants are khali, sold out. Sold for what? Garbage. So end of the day, I had half a truck of a garbage. Of course, end of the day, I sat and thought about why I did it. I have no idea, but the small experiment which takes place, everything doesn't have an answer. I wasn't looking for an answer, but you are a human, no? You sit and you question your own क्या कर दिया मैंने, ये क्या करूँ बैठ के, like that kind of a thing. It's really worked. So some of you, I'll just go through the images. The kids are picking. So basically, I kept Chitrasante clean, at least half% that day. To do that, I had to create some kind of a drama. So what I did, I created this 14 feet by 8 feet rangoli. Do you guys know this? Earlier, you used to have this culture in India. If you're an artist, if you're good at doing the skills, they used to paint Hanuman, Shiva on the road, and they used to earn money, rangoli. Yeah? So I thought that idea will work, should work. So I just introduced that idea, and I did this rangoli. We spent entire night doing it, doing all the parties, drinking and smoking. We finished finally. So the people started looking at this one, then they started reacting to us, saying that what? I said, get the garbage and take a plant. So this is how sort of and we took their address and their email ID. So we sort of made a map where our plant went. Did they use it? Did they plant it? It's a different thing, but we know the sort of a plan where all our 1,500 plants went. And the star you see, that's Suresh actually. So what he did in that, so he gave a star, 5-star, 2-star, 1-star for stalls. So whatever the stalls he liked, he went there and he stood. So he gave us a 3-star, I don't know, something. It's a bit biased, right? Friend, right? So yeah, there's a lot of conversation, a lot of Q&A, a lot of answers you need to tell them. Why are you doing it? What are you going to get out of it? Is it an art? Is it not? That is the biggest question that you will get if you're an artist. Is it an art? Then you need to explain them how it is an art. Then finally, what are you going to say? No, I'm just doing it. It's just a small experiment. Then you have to explain them what is experiment, what are you trying to achieve out of it. So yeah, basically, you dig your own doings. Sometimes you won't have an answer, but sometimes you get an answer from others. So that's why it's called experiment. You do it, you sort of have a conversation, create a dialogue, and pedestal around it, then you might get something out of it. Art is not a result, art is a process. Art is not an outcome. Art is just the process within that you want to go through. If somebody putting a pressure on you to do something, don't call it art. As simple as that, even if it's a curator. Yeah. It started at 7 o'clock. This is at 8:30. And imagine till evening, there was a half of the track. This is what Archana was mentioning, the postcard project. The Bangalore, the Great Plague, 1898 to 2022. This can be 2023 or whatever. So what we did, we looked at 120 years of a history of a Bangalore. History money, we are not looking at only the history of a Bangalore, everything which happened in 120 years. Bangalore is a city of a claims, a rumors, a stories, a people, a personalities, characters, a really large size of performers, politically, socially, economically, every way. Bangalore is an urban gallery. Entire Bangalore is like a gallery. It's like an urban gallery. So we looked at 120 years in a different, try to look at it in a different way. When you think about postcards, we look at only architecture, the people, these things, but we looked at events, we looked at the things changed city. Interestingly, we collaborated with more than 50 to 60 artists, theater personalities, writers, goes on, the architects, and this goes on. So this project, I'm just going to show you some of the images which works as a character to a city. The first one you see, the Annama Devi, is the reason I put it the first because the plague started in 1898, the great pandemic. The first thing appeared is a plague amma, the first goddesses of a plague. So these are completely random. It's not going to chronologically. So then this Badal Nanjani Swami walking as an astronaut. You know that image? Then Badal reacting to a demonetization. Then this 8 mess. You see the IASC? So basically saying in 1930s, the IASC used to have a 8 mess for each individual caste or whatever. So you know the stories. Then we looked at how the performers, the performing artist people reacts to a city, that Parmesh Jola, Dimple Bisha, reacting to a city is a very public performances. This Vatal Nagraj, you know who is this guy is? Anyone? This guy is a Vatal Nagraj. He's a Kannada politician and activist. He protests for everything. Everything, money, everything. And he must have done protests around 22,000 times in his life. It's a very interesting character. If you want to know how city brings in a character within you, this guy is a thesis. Vatal Nagraj is a book himself. Yeah, it's funny, but it's brilliant. Okay. Then the cycle thing, what you see is a Hotte Paksha, stomach party. There used to be a party, a political party called Stomach Party. The name is Stomach Party. The leader name is Rangaswamy. Okay. This guy stood for election 86 times. And he didn't win not even once. But he still does. Now I don't know, but he died recently. But look at the energy that keeps on going. You know, now the Congress and BJP are giving a freebies. He also offered. So if you vote me, everyone will get a 5 kg rice and 1 coconut. I have no idea why. 5 kg rice, I understand it. 1 coconut, I have no idea. Then we figure out that his wife, Namdi, is from a Tiputur, and they have a coconut, what do you call it, the farm or whatever. So he'll get a free coconut. These are the characters city brings in. Then there are some events like a Naleba, Kalla, come tomorrow. You know that the story, Naleba story? Is it really? We don't know. There was a ghost in 90s and they used to come to your door if you are a handsome man. That's what they say. So what they do, they used to write Naleba, Kalla. So it never came. It's amazing. Look at the trick. Just write a Naleba. Koi bhi nahi aayega. So you'll never meet a ghost. It's amazing how the social psychology, the human psychology, if you understand them, you can manipulate anything, anytime. Then this is the 90 revolution, is Sureka's one of the postcard. In the 90s, that's entire the 90 revolution, then the Jekkur Lake. These are all postcards. Then this is Umesh, who really excavated the care market, the mini market, the entire the market setup which started by Kempegoda in 16th century. There are 24 or 28 market he started. I would say he sort of put together. So he reacted to all the boutiques and tailor shops in the market. So these are just some of the connection I could make. Maybe I wanted to make. These are some way that I looked at a city. I experienced them. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhartesh, for bringing those peculiar characters which I forgot to mention, Vatal Nagraj. I mean, he brought out that pink chedi revolution, you know. He supported people when they said somebody wants to fall in love and get married, nobody's going to protest against you, and innumerable things. He's an amazing performance artist who doesn't think that he's a performance artist, and then It's in the world record. Cool. Both Hotepaksha Rangaswamy, the guy who never won an election despite knowing that he won't, I mean, he doesn't even get that, what do you call, Tevani, the minimum votes. Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is Bhartesh, he also showed some of our works, if you had observed, like you were showing Jekur Lake by Sureka, you were showing Nadeba by Archana and etc. What I mean is, when I said we are, Nadeba is yours, but it's her project as well, right? Archana's. So the co-authorship is something that has been taking up. And earlier I did mention that everything around the city is not always on the walls. It can be, you know, a network. From framing, the artwork of Bangalore has gone into sewing. You know, it's like it's stitches going together. The underneath layers are there. Should we take questions or should we wait for Suresh to go with Sarjapur Karis and then shift over? Shall we go ahead with Suresh? Yeah.
ಅದಲ್ವಾ ಸಾಕು ಸೂಪರ್ ಓಕೆ ಎಂಟರಾ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ good morning and nice to be here after a long time at Srishti but never in this nice auditorium. Thanks for Anil and other faculty members who was kind of keeping me connected to Srishti now and then, and I'm happy to be here. And also I see some nice, good strength of students. So it's very, I mean, I can't resist that I've been teaching for a very long time, and I always treat this auditorium as always as a student. So I also have friends, Pitambar, and a lot of friends here. So today what I do is, I don't have presentation, but I would run a small clip, popular clip on the YouTube about the Sarja Prakaris, which was shot 3 years back or 4 years back. Just something like a visual. Otherwise, I want to go through this similar journey what Archana and Anil and Bhartesh has proposed through their works. But I would take it much more personal and very biographical actually through the work, but no images. Okay, because my practice has been like more like avatars. Like at one phase I was seen as sculptor. Those who identified me in 90s would see as a Suri sculptor or something like that, you know. Or then later on at one stage, they would identify me as a performance artist only. Or there's at one stage, there was when I was on this maniac of documenting and things like that. So they associate me with some journalistic perfumes kind of a project. So every time, also at one stage, I was called as Samoa Suresh. And then later on, there was also something called Loophole Suresh. So there are many avatars like that. I've been doing this. This is all courtesy Facebook and all that, where you can change names, you know. Not on a passport, but on the Facebook. And right now, my standard, which I'm boiled down to last 5 years, I'm very lazy now. I feel like I'm a little old now. And so I've kind of consistently stuck with this project, something called Sarja Prakaris. And a new added this thing called Sarala now, but they will not call me Sarala Suresh, hopefully. And so they are confused whether it's a surname or whether it's a family name or it's really name. But because when I had a project, something called Loopholes on Facebook, actually it didn't allow me to have that name. It blocked me for some months. Because how can somebody have a Loopholes as a name, you know? So, but I used to cleverly do it in Kannada names. Like Samoa, Sarla, and all that, Facebook can't read it, you know, so I can have these fake names, you know. And I also created a lot of fake accounts for friends, for projects. Because that time institutions were not using Facebook as an identity. It was mostly this products, advertisement over, and even the art galleries were not using Facebook initially. They were very shy about it, you know, like, you know, we're so cheap and things like that, you know. They were only stuck to the website. And I took that as an advantage and made that my own as a media, and that's my own propaganda. And as an independent artist, most of the time my work survived in public spaces, temporarily, or not like our iconic sculptures standing in public spaces and things like that. Being a sculptor, I would be even now happy that if somebody commissions me a public sculpture, I would definitely do it. But otherwise, I would not do an object practice at all. So I can remember, like, now I think this December will be this 20 years for ATP. The Bangalore hub, I did something called ATP. That means that was the time when we were saving this ATM kiosks on the outskirts, like, you know, the first time that you would go with a card and you get cash. It was like very fairy tale like kind of idea, you know, 20 years back. And now it's all phone pay and Google Pays, you know, so this is the ultimate. So that time I proposed something like to be called as ATP, means anytime plans. So Pitambar has written a very longish article for this Unbound Srishti, you know, this online magazine. So in that there is a lot of these illustrations. Please students, please go through this. There's a lot of illustrations of what I'm talking today is there in that article. So in that, that is like anniversary, like I proposed this kind of an ATPs to the city, that we should install this anytime plans kiosk across the city as city grows and we have this crisis, never-ending crisis of deforestation or no forestation and things like that. And so that was a proposal, and then also mocking another thing, 2004, like 20 years from now, will be something to do with the public transport, like use of public transport and things like that. Now, that time we never heard of a metro concept as such, you know. And then, so there are this kind of points which led me to be more like a performance artist in the city, intervening in the city, or proposing in the city. Like Samoa was an institutional idea, what I call is a performing institution. Like imagine there is a Srishti, and I come up with another idea of another institution within the institution, and I put up a board promising, like, I'll take another block here, put a banner and say with all this proper board, banner, everything, and I say that this is an institution which is performing. And will perform. Performance is, I call it because it's not fake, because in Hindi they say dramabazi. Dramabazi means not faking. It's also derogatory. At the same time, I'm mocking the institution, at the same time, I'm very authentic about it. And I really do justice for it. So Samoa was something like that. We promised and we said that we'll do some change and that, this and all, and we wanted to, it was called performance because it was, the end time of that institution was fixed from the day we began. So we said 365 days and we would end this institution. So it was like almost like a performing institution is what we call. So we have done the similar projects. Right now, this so even Sarjapura Karis comes under this idea called Department of Urban Gardening. DOUG. So there's a it's not even a Facebook account, not an Instagram, it's just a WhatsApp account. So there's people are there from 6 years waiting for that something will happen, but it does not happen outside the WhatsApp. But Sarja Prakaris took off from there, from a WhatsApp group to a real-time farm, which I'll show you. And so that's how it's been like this, as me as a sculptor who did some sculptures, admiring this Charles Correa's architecture, which is in that Vidhan Soda road, you know, so that was my favorite architecture because the first time I'm seeing some concrete structure which is not painted. That was the first structure in Bangalore I can see that it was not painted, that exposed concrete idea, you know, things like that. So it's all my admirations towards the city, and of course there's a critic, but more than a critic, it's more like it's a take on the city. I'm less critical about my own city, unlike Archana. And because I'm here, and we can't change it. And as Anil said, I come from this outskirts called Sarjapura, so for me the city interaction was more because of the art schooling, and then art community, which is mostly the city-based, you know, things like that. And now I decided from 5 years that I would move to my original place, Sarjapura, and do something there, and which we are trying to do. And now, right away, I'll not go further in the past, and I'll just show this video, which... food is about forming the community. Food brings people together. You have to replicate what we are doing. That's the whole idea. Oh, thank you. So this was shot just after the COVID, and so I sound a little aggressive and I mean, in a way, like because of the not because of the pandemic, but more about the food consciousness that we lost it, and then that was a time during the COVID that people started until the vaccination was announced. People were looking for the alternatives to save their families, save their children and things. That was a beautiful part for me at that time. They were looking into the so-called roots. A lot of people went back to their natives and they wanted to do something alternative, but now again they're back. We see Bangalore traffic again. So working from home, working from farm and all that, working from cafes will not work because business will not happen. If you're there not spending in the city, then where does the money come back to the city, you know? So this is the time, that's why actually I sound a little aggressive there, but now I'm much more calmer because I've done some 4 years of work. And also, interestingly, this farm it's not my own farm. Usually we associate a farm with always with owning a land and having some like 4-wheel vehicle and things like that. No, actually it's very basic concept that there are a lot of farmers in stress who can't manage their farms, but they want to continue as farmers. They don't want to give up yet. So there are such places that what I propose that a lot of urban gardeners and people who are very passionate about growing their own food or community things, so they can actually rent the spaces humbly and kind of collaborate with them and do some kind of an intervention and actually, so that's the example. So it's not about owning the land, so you can do on your balconies, you can do on your terraces. I've tried this experiment mostly on my terrace initially, then that was replicated in another farm later. So this is more like the extension of our art practice, what we saw as a city and an activism, art activism, not political activism, but more as an art activism, is what actually I can see that the 2003 ATP, anytime plant to this anytime seed, maybe something like that. So that's my journey, I can say. And as an extension of this project, we also started a residency project called Sarla, very close to Sarjapura. And we are very close to Azim Premji University because students might know this university. So if you are anytime around there, you can drop by. Everyone in the APU knows the farm. They keep, and I also teach there as an elective there. Interestingly, this year, instead of art, I proposed them idea of like concept of foraging and cooking as a course. So it was very well received. I'm happy that food also can come back as a craft, or like the way you would see a pottery or a weaving or a basket making or anything, art, painting, and something like that. So university accepted it, and I'm very happy that that we could, that the kids have to just come to the space and cook the recipes and eat the recipes as a part of the course. And what will be the final submissions? That how many plants they remember, how can they identify the herbs and greens, I mean mostly the wild greens, and documentation was the responsibility for them. That they have to document the process and also interact with the community and are able to identify this sopu, what sag and kires and all that, and also get back in terms of presentations. So I didn't see that anything that's missing as an art practice or an art course, things like that. So I'm happy that something like that, which is like an idea which started on my terrace and came on to the kind of a course that I could offer to a university, things like that. So that's the journey, and thanks everyone.
Thank you, Suresh. And so we had a quick introduction to what happened in Bangalore, apart from the beautiful murals, etc., that is so visible. And then we had 3 different practices, Archana and Bhartesh and Suresh. Yeah. Suresh. So I think it's unlike a very theoretic symposium where you can have specific, pin them down to theoretic premises. You saw how wide we have run within addressing Bangalore. And very interestingly, the best point for me is that Bangalore changed us. We all came from painting, we never even heard about something called as graphic novels, and then we were trained in art institutions where formal media was taught to us. But what made us break loose, Bangalore is responsible for that. And you have 3 presentations now, and we are ready to take questions. Please throw your questions. Anybody can ask anything. I mean, we are more like ex-students rather than professors. So please, I think some of you are working on the themes around Bangalore and commoning, etc. There's so many things happening over here. Should we pass on the mic, or do we start a dialogue here itself, or what do you think? Well,
that taking Kempegoda around Bangalore and then showing him everywhere. And then finally he ends up at the latest thing. And then it looked like, I was thinking that it looked like now he doesn't need Bhartesh anymore. He's 180 feet and look over the city.
That's true. Yeah. Now he's very interested in international traveling, and he doesn't look good somehow. Have you seen a Kempegoda statue in airport?
Yeah, I've seen that.
180 feet is really.
And also that you look at,
Yeah, he has too much competition in India now. But you do anything, you can't beat the Patel, no? Yeah.
that's true. What you said is that international travel part of it, because he's looking at the airport planes taking off. He doesn't look at the people.
Yeah, I know.
no, and also very interesting connecting point is that there's a myth that Kempegoda told that if Bangalore grows beyond those 4 pillars, it's going down. And Kempegoda statues, they're very beautiful statues of Kempegoda in front of BBMP, which are small, 10 to 15 feet. The moment Kempegoda himself grew, you know what happened to his form. It's very ironic. I mean, very.
There is a very funny story where Suresh Jairam had told that they were trying to build a Kempegoda museum. They didn't know how he looks. So now it is an imaginary, because everybody has imagined.
16th century.
So then they had a meeting to say, how does he look? So they have to make a statue. So then, okay, Vishnuvardhan had acted as Vishnuvardhan also.
Well,
But Vishnuvardhan also came somewhere.
no, right, it's possible, one of those.
One of those. So those actions came, and then they said he has to be having a ghoda like Shivaji. So all the reference, every person really built him, and what he looks now is that.
Interestingly, the iconography of Kempegoda is it's very interesting. The image we get, the Kempegoda sculpture or whatever, is the sculpture from 1730s, somewhere near Mallar, where is a 3-foot Kempegoda. It's a bronze sculpture, where he is standing like this. So that's the Kempegoda, what they remember. Now, the Kempegoda, what we see in a corporation office, what we see in Gavigangadeshwara temple, what we see in other areas, they're all like a warrior, Palegara. So they remembered only Palegara, not the person. You know, the person is being put across, side going, you know, like we'll carry only the Palegara, we carry only the warrior. But now, what we see in airport, after many months of a discussion, they come up with this image. And this is so effed up, I'm telling you. This image doesn't look like anything. The only thing they changed is the sword. The sword used to be like this, now like this. वो क्या कर रहा है, I have no idea. So this iconography is completely non-Kempegowda. Maybe some Palekara, that's it.
I think generally what happened with the history of Karnataka and Bangalore is that, Rajkumar used to play all the roles, and if you want to imagine Krishna Deva Raya of the Vijayanagar Empire, it was Rajkumar's face. So unfortunately, he didn't play the role of Kempegowda, and he didn't play the role of Basavanna, which got into a big controversy when a journalist tried to place the Basavanna's headgear on different actors. He placed it on Rajkumar in a dark light, so that became the journalist was kidnapped. So there's sometimes myth and stories and real life, they merge with each other. So we are running short of time, but I have a small general question to all the three of you, which is the core essence of the whole thing. Based on your practices, the simple question is, what do you propose for the future of art in the city, or the future of Bangalore in an artistic way, through a collective effort? I mean, all of you have been into that, but if you can reflect in short 1, 2, 3 sentences, and it'll be wonderful. Then we can wind it up. Suresh.
Because for me, like city is growing, and definitely people in Yalanka can't reach JP Nagar in their daytime. I mean, like in day one, full day. And people in JP Nagar can't come to Yalanka, for example. So what I find is, let's not curse the city anymore and curse the traffic. And people, if the IT crowd curses the traffic, it's their fate. So we should not be sympathetic about it. And so what we can suggest is, we should build this concept of neighborhoods. For example, we need Kalakshetra is in a prominent town hall because that was the first representation and things like that. So they did it. They did statues, they did all these bhavans and all that. But we as a community, maybe we should start to the level of showing up in your, we artists, and Anil said there was no galleries in the city. Artists showed in their houses. Artists showed in their studios. They invited people around, they invited neighborhoods. So that's how even the Srishti students did that in Yalanka. They opened up their apartments, actually, shared apartments to the people, even if it's staff, neighborhood. We have come all the way to see this art which was shown in the apartments in Yalanka by Srishti students. So that's the strength. So we should sense that we should be like Palegaras, not like Vijayanagar Empire. Like Kempegowda concept was like, he was like chieftain of Vijayanagar, like one of those places. Because Bangalore was a not great place that time. So he was like a Palegara. So we have to be like Palegaras. Maybe tomorrow we'll reach the international airport, that's okay. And today we have to be like Palegaras and see something what you can do in the neighborhood first. So that's enough actually. So we can cut down at least the cultural traffic jam, which is very crucial. So this is what I feel that's very important.
I have no idea. I have zero idea. But the one thing I feel not in the connected to city or a Bangalore or something, the entire practice is sort of losing a sense of a criticism. People stopped criticizing things. They're scared of things. They just speak. The less you become a non-criticized civilization or a city or a people or a neighborhood, whatever, you lose the sense of a capacity of becoming plural. We don't have a conversation much. We don't discourse. We don't discuss. Maybe because of a lot of reason is the distance, maybe the time it takes, but with a lot of other ways. Art has to come to a point where that it comes under accountability, what I do and how I do it and how people react to it. I don't know exactly what to answer to it, but I think we live in a time of the verge of the criticism is almost going to die if you don't do anything to it. Critics need to wake up, or maybe let's be critical to our own self, That's the thing what I see. It really scares me. Thank you.
I won't talk about only Bangalore, but art as itself in the future is also very, as usual, being critical. going towards the market so much that the artists themselves, I just don't find them working or enjoying or researching, doing what they want to do. They look at the commercial aspect. Still, Bangalore has a certain point where that commercial is still being not entered. But then I see again, it's like, how does the Insta look? How does this look? But the research and that practice, I just feel we are losing, and that should come back. And still I agree with Suresh that neighborhood community should get developed. And the whole research and everything, but then I am very skeptical about the art practice by itself in today's day, So it is more of a marketing, which was not there. That's why that discussion is not there. That is why all the artists, like sometimes we would go to Suresh farm and sit and discuss, that is gone. Correct? Or anybody going to art studio coming, they would have to have an appointment, right? Earlier it was not an appointment. That flexibility, I think we should bring back. That's all I can say.
Well, it's like this Cadbury's ad, Suresh, Ramesh and Umesh. These were the three important names circulated in the history of Bangalore art circles. Thank you for that idea of collective, starting from small scale, like Kempegoda's lesson of be small. Some institutions, when they grow out of the scale, they get destroyed. And the idea of critique, which is lacking, at least from past 2 decades, and the idea of cohabitation. And when we can mix this with funding agencies which can be more empathetic to our cause, will not be more visible, but will be more genuine, producing art for the city. Thank you very much for your immense patience, all of you, sirs, students, and thank you all. I mean, we really, thank you. Thanks to Archana, Bhartesh, and Suresh.
Thank you very much. I think for me personally, the takeaways were about community, about new ways of doing things. I think the barter system was wonderful. Just looking at ideas that can be implemented going forward. So a lot of community activism, art in the neighborhoods, these are some things that we will build on. And we've already started that process with the city government. I just want to tell you what's going to happen after this. No, there's a trailer for the next session. The next session is City as Data. We start at 11:30. The speakers are Chandrasekhar Jayaramakrishnan. Unfortunately couldn't make it because of the floods in Chennai, but he sent a wonderful video. He builds digital twins of aircraft and then uses it as a financial tool. We have Dr. Bhaskar Rajakumar from ArtPack and Indian Institute of Science, who's been using data for health outcomes of the city, predicting and so on. We have Naresh Narasimhan, an architect. Actually, Naresh is somebody who's been telling me over the last 10 or even 15 years about how so much of data is collected in the city, but very little is being used as a common good. And most of it is controlled by large corporations. Meera K is with Citizen Matters. She's a journalist. So 4 of these people, very interesting discussion. And even in today's morning's discussion, even with when you talked about mapping, where your plans go. Yeah? So a lot of what we're going to discuss next is how do you map the city in terms of information and make it useful. The post-lunch sessions from 2:30 onwards, for those of you who may not be able to attend the next session, we have the children's participation in achieving the SDGs, which is happening in RUX 505. We have the discussion on Safe City with Sonali Tomar, Rajkumar Srivastava, who's a forest principal chief conservator of forests for Karnataka. And we have our own KV Guru Raja, popularly known as the Frogman. We also have Uday Dantavati, who made a presentation yesterday. He's going to be running a working session, a workshop session on co-creation. Remember what Geeta mentioned yesterday from John's presentation about co-creation being a weapon, but I don't think Uday will be that violent with co-creation. So that's happening again in Ruha 101. So we have 3 sessions happening in parallel in the afternoon, and the next one is City as Data. Please do come back for that. Thank you. any city for that matter, generates a lot of data. But who does this data belong to? Who are the guardians or the gatekeepers for this data? And how might this data be used? These are some of the questions that will come out of this session. And we've proposed with BBMP to do a 5-year project, which is to create a data commons for the city of Bangalore. This data will come in from multiple sources. It will come in from commercial enterprises. It will come in from data that's generated by citizens, data that's generated by government. And one of the issues which Naresh pointed out to me is that this data comes in different formats. So how do you get these formats to interact with each other? And all our speakers today have been working with data in some way or the other. We have Chandrasekhar Jayaramakrishnan, who unfortunately could not make it today because his train got horribly postponed from Chennai because of the floods. But he's made a wonderful video yesterday and sent it across. We have Dr. Bhaskar Rajakumar from ArtPack in Indian Institute of Science. Dr. Bhaskar was deputed to the BBMP during the COVID pandemic as somebody who could understand both health and technology and bring that together. We have Meera, who runs Urwani Foundation, is a journalist and has been working with Citizen Matters and has also been creating a sort of a data bank for Bangalore. And we have Naresh Narasimhan, who's an architect and runs Mod Foundation. Naresh is somebody that I've known for many, many years. We sort of started our practice around the same time. I sort of camped in his office. We were sort of working out of the same office space thanks to his dad. But Naresh was the one who actually interested me in this notion of data and to create a data bank. And several of Naresh's projects, I must say, have a gestation period of 10 to 15 years. You know, an idea conceived 10 or 15 years ago, finally taking shape. One of which is the K100 project that's currently going on in the city. So without further ado, I will get Chandra's presentation, Chandra's video on. While Chandra makes an introduction to the video, just in case it's not sufficient, what Chandra has done is that he's made a digital twin of aircraft for aircraft companies, for companies that lease out aircraft and own aircraft. Every component is mapped, residual life is mapped, the cost of running an aircraft is mapped, and this kind of a digital twin is actually a financial tool. So he considers it as a financial tool and less of a what we saw yesterday with the EV manufacturers was things like predictive maintenance and things like that. But for him, it is really about creating a financial tool. So we'll start with that. I just have to hit enter. I'm really very grateful for Chandra because he put this together when he figured out that his train was going to be late. And I think he's done a marvelous presentation, taking into account that he's not going to be here in person. But like he said, he's somebody that we can always go back to. And one of the questions that Naresh and I have been discussing, which is the interpretability of data coming from different sources, is something that they seem to have cracked. And I think he's going to be a vital learning resource, for people like Dr. Bhaskar, all of us. Yeah. I call on Dr. Bhaskar now to come next.
No problem. Good morning. Had a heavy breakfast. Jacob, what was served for breakfast? I see a lot of college kids. It can't be so quiet when there are so many college kids around. Can I hear a good morning? Much better. Thank you. Anybody from the medical sector or the healthcare sector here? Right, that's the irony. So, I am Dr. Bhaskar, born in Bangalore, brought up in traffic. So, traffic grew along with me. Now trying not to grow so much so that traffic does not grow anymore. So, I'm a radiologist by education, but moved into technology. Started my work into healthcare technology. That's how I landed into data and everything else. So just prior to getting into data systems, I just want to set a context so that you guys connect the dots and say, why is a doctor speaking here about data? So my exploration into data, AI, ML started much before AI, ML became a fad term now, right? So back in 2008, 2009 is when we started working on insurance and data, where during the Sunshine Act in the US, they made all the insurances to go online. So that's when we started working on doctors' prescriptions and said, how do we make all of this online? How can we use AI to auto-generate and understand the text what doctors have written? By the way, we're not figured out that yet. So my understanding, my handwriting myself cannot understand. So that's where AI is. So from there on, multiple things happened, and my recent experience using data and AI was in COVID. I was heading the COVID efforts for Bangalore nearly for 2.5 years before moving into a company in Indian Institute of Science. So I work with something called as Art Park, which is AI and Robotics Technology Park, which is part of the Indian Institute of Science. We work, as the name suggests, into AI and robotics. A lot of our AI work is into platforms. So that's mostly what I'll be talking about today, and what we are doing with Bangalore data, what we did with COVID, and how data is playing a role in shaping things what we should do as a city. Many of you might have seen this image. Many of you might have been familiar what this is. Anybody who wants to raise your hand and say, what is this? It's COVID War Room of Bangalore. So this was, if you notice something, why I put up this image, this was, I think, the 3rd or 4th day of setting up the COVID War Room. If I'm very specific, maybe around April 3rd or 4th of 2020, somewhere around that time. What you see is death 01. So from the first death itself, we had started recording that amount of data which was required. So COVID gave us that importance of collection of data. So in Indian healthcare system, what we realized as soon as we entered into managing COVID is, one, data was very sparse. Second, whatever data was available, it was so unstructured you could not do anything with it. So it was coming in multiple formats. You are getting Excel sheets, you're getting handwritten notes, you're getting list of PHCs, there is no location to it, there is nothing around it. So how do you put all of this together, still come up with something which can give you an actionable input. So that's where we started. How did it start? So before setting up the war room, a full-fledged war room, this is something what we put up. So as a healthcare organization, saying within BBMP, as a healthcare organization itself, we had to look at data, and there are not many tech guys available at that point of time, considering COVID, pandemic, there is lockdown, everything. A bunch of senior bureaucrats, bunch of crazy people like me who work across technology, healthcare and everything, and there were some tech organizations who volunteered to offer their help. We tried to put up something and say, okay, these are all the things which are required. So if you notice that this slide has everything. So this slide is as busy as it can get. That's the kind of information what we needed to get into a actionable input to manage COVID in a city like Bangalore. So we said, let's put up whatever is required so that we are able to manage a pandemic efficiently. So you see there, data is coming from multiple departments. So this happened somewhere around end of April, May, when we said, okay, let's look at how do we structure the war room, what all is required, which all departments we need to coordinate with. In this early version of war room, what we had, you see nice GIS maps and everything, but most of the data was collected within BBMP and case rack. So this is where we said, okay, let's pull data from all possible sources and collate everything so that we get into more streamlined information. This is where we ended up somewhere around July. So from here, putting up stacks to coming into a flow diagram took nearly around a month and a half, but most of these platforms were operational by end of July. This could happen only because of pandemic, but what it really led to is a streamlined flow of data from one into the other. From ICMR, which is a central government organization, to SAST, which is a state government organization, to Index App and CHBMS. CHBMS is the COVID hospital bed management system, which only Bangalore had in the whole of the world. No other city, no other state has a centralized bed management system like Bangalore had, which was developed like within 2 weeks, which was functional, which helped most of us in getting an admission in any hospital during COVID. So all of this happened within a month and a half, a streamlined system. Even then, so you can't imagine the amount of data which was getting collected if you look at one single application itself. So the whole purpose of setting up a system like this was again to understand how this disease is spreading within a city like Bangalore and how we can control or manage it. So we had I think we still have around 17 lakh or 20 lakh odd cases of COVID in Bangalore itself. To date, Index application is the only application which has a record of every single patient who's been tested positive in Bangalore with his complete details. So from his address, contact details, his medical history, his COVID medical history, his hospitalization history, did he use an ambulance, from where to where did he use the ambulance, how much time did the ambulance take to reach before picking him up and for dropping, and after dropping, how much time did he take from dropping to the hospital to getting admission. So that's the amount of data which was getting collected. So while that happened, while this was happening during the first and the second wave of COVID, there are multiple parallel data points which started coming in. So all of us have heard of COVID variants, which variant you got affected from. So even though most of us did not know what the variant is going to do to me, but all of us were interested in, okay, are you affected by Delta? Are you affected by Omicron? So all these things started coming out. So we had to track all of this too, so that we understand which variant is affecting how, scientifically also, right? So this data also started coming in. So in this whole scheme of things, there is no genomics, because genomics was a very nascent thing. If you look at around June, July of 2021, we had only 1 or 2 labs we could do genomics in India. So, but this started happening in next 3-4 months. We had so much of genomic data. Sitting in the war room, we had no idea how this can be utilized. So now there is more data. We need to incorporate into existing data, and we get something out of it so that we can understand how the disease is going to act in a city like Bangalore, and what should be the action taken accordingly. So all of this was closely monitored, and we had very little time given so that the policy makers could make a policy decision. So this is all the genomic data which started coming in. After that, there is a lot more data which came in further. So beyond genomic data, there's something called as a wastewater surveillance, what we did. So wastewater surveillance is environmental sampling is what we call. Beyond doing testing, so all of us, most of us would have got COVID testing done. Beyond COVID testing, after a certain point of time, you could not test everybody. All of us said, I don't want to get tested, right? So most of us did not want our nose to be poked so many times. So we said, okay, but as policy makers, we had to decide on some data so that we can take policy decisions so that we still prevent this disease spread. How do we do it? We need something which will tell us where is the disease going. So that's where we started environmental sampling. Environmental sampling is something like you collect wastewater samples. So we all know whatever microorganisms we are affected with, if we are affected with. We also shed through our excreta, urine, so wherever. So all these things can be tested. But again, for me to collect individual samples, the same problem will arise again. So that's where we started environmental sampling. So this is additional data. This is huge amounts of data again. So when we are doing environmental sampling, we collected samples from multiple sewage treatment plants, open drains, etc. So this started coming in. So we had to integrate this also into this schema so that everything falls in place. So just to give a perspective of how many departments and how many NGOs started working, putting data into this flowchart, there are around 14 different departments, plus 20 plus NGOs, plus within BBMP, there are at least 400 odd people keying in data every single day. So that's the amount of data which started coming in. What we did with it. So we had to understand and take decisions while we are on the run. So institutions like Indian Institute of Science and multiple other IITs and international organizations started helping us. So this was our very first attempt into creating a digital twin or doing a modeling. So we had to understand what is the seropositivity. So when you say seropositivity, to understand if the disease has already affected me, do I have an immunity as a society? And what is the herd immunity level within the society so that we can plan our vaccination, we can plan our lockdown, etc. So we used agent-based modeling, using all the data what we had in hand, considering, okay, I have case-related data, I have this mobility data, I have this amount of vegetation data. So understanding all of that, we said, okay, this is possible. So we mapped out, like you see a heat map saying, okay, this, if you look at a city of Bangalore, this is how the seropositivity is spread, which population is affected, might have been affected with COVID earlier, which might get affected, which is at a higher risk, where should I plan my vaccination strategy, and who should be vaccinated first. If you say, okay, should Belandur be vaccinated first or should Malleshwaram be vaccinated first, that's something what we had to plan so that they don't get affected. So that's the first efforts into your creating a digital twin kind of an effort. So where is all these efforts right now is from the early war room, which had one screen, we have 3 screens in BBMP now. All the 14 departments, what we are working together, it's called the Integrated Command and Control Center. Thankfully, Bangalore being the IT capital of the country, we have been able to put up something like this, and there are 14 line departments, including your BWSSB, your BMRCL, your BESCOMs, all the data flows in, including your weather data, everything. There is a real-time monitoring of all this data happening. What this means, there is a lot more data than just what we saw during COVID. While we have so much of data, are we able to use this data so that we are able to stop new things happening? We all saw this. So Naresh is sitting here, we have burned quite an amount of night oil while this happened 1.5 years back. So this is the famous EcoSpace junction, what we saw 1.5 years back. So this happened last year. This did happen this year also again. How are we using the data and learning what we did during COVID to solve problems like this? This is, we say climate change, we say because of urban planning, the reasons can be multiple, but considering we have access to data, why are we not able to act early enough is the question, right? So we started our initiatives around that time and said, let's see what we can drive from the learnings what we have got from COVID and take it further. So we had to pull in a lot of people, brainstorm and say, where do we start? can I solve the problem of urban flooding? Can I solve the problem of lakes being encroached? Can I solve the problem of any disease or an infectious disease or a non-communicable disease? So we said, okay, let's start with something what we have in hand. So if you see pre-COVID, there are multiple national programs, there are city-level initiatives, state-level initiatives, which collect a lot of data. So we had to build something which is data-driven, which is a surveillance, which will help me in decision-making. So we set up something called as a data science innovation hub within the Indian Institute of Science. We focused on dengue. So why did we focus on dengue is because dengue was something which is a problem in hand. So when we spoke to multiple government representatives, all of them said within the health department and also people who are handling urban infra, they said dengue is something which is coming in every single year and most of us have been affected. We have not been able to understand how this is spreading. So can we work something around that? Why dengue also became important is because when we are looking at dengue we are not looking only as a disease. Dengue is a climate sensitive disease. So based on the climate changes, if there is flooding, there might be higher cases of dengue. So if there is impact on rainfall, there might be higher cases of dengue. So by understanding dengue, we'll understand many more things about the city. So that's why we picked up dengue. So while we picked up dengue, we studied lot of things, like I said. All the 14 line departments started supporting and we said, one, obviously the case data, how is the cases coming in? Two, we started looking at meteorological data, how is the rainfall happening? Three, we started looking at flooding data. So Bangalore has multiple places where flooding commonly happens. So you have low-lying areas, high-lying areas, you have lake beds, you have valleys and all these things, topographical differentiation. So we started understanding all of this data from multiple sources, again, satellite data, ISRO data, etc. Plus you have mobility data, which is very important. You get this mobility data from your mobile phones. Wherever we go, we carry our mobile phones, your Wi-Fi's and locations is traced and tracked. So this data is really helpful to understand where a person is moving from and to. Plus you have your mobility data also coming from the bus usage, your train usage, your metro usage and all of this. So just by understanding how many people are, this is not individual specific data, so we need not get scared. So most of this data is usually population data. How many people started from Malleshwaram and ended up in Baipanalli or vice versa kind of things, right? So which gives us an idea, and also the timing. So how many people are moving in from Malleshwaram to Baipanalli during the period of June, July versus the number of cases there gives me an idea on saying, okay, is the disease spreading from Malleshwaram to Baipanalli or vice versa, right? So this is something also we studied. So what we have been able to put up is something like this. So what we used is multiple data models working with many of these organizations across the world, and we are at this point of time able to give a risk prediction for dengue 4 weeks prior. So at a district and a sub-district level, so if you say a district and a sub-district level, in Bangalore perspective, you will be able to look at it from a zone level and a ward level, right? So Bangalore has around 8 zones and you have 225 wards. Each ward is the smallest healthcare administrative unit. A ward medical officer can look at it 4 weeks prior and say, how many cases I might see 4 weeks from now of dengue. So what will it help with? It will help me work on multiple things like strategies to prevent the spread of dengue. So how did this happen? So this is the most important part is, like I said, so we got data from multiple sources, but was the data useful enough? Was the data structured enough? Obviously not. So we collected data nearly of 13 years. So dengue data has been getting collected from 1960s. So the data, what could be used and what was in record was hardly around 10 years. The structured data is available only for 1 to 2 years. So we had to work a lot and say, okay, how do we fix all these gaps and still be able to get a nearly precise predictive model? Plus, if you look at meteorological data and the satellite data for getting rainfall and your land usage, etc., even that is not very well structured. You would get it only for last 2-3 years, but prior to that, it's all paper-based, so you will not be able to get a lot of that data too. So we had to do a lot of data processing and work on these things. After nearly around 6 months of work is where we could come up with something like this. Where are we headed? Now we have a lot of this data, which not only talks about dengue, but talks about climate, but talks about the city's growth in the past 20-25 years. talks about vegetation, talks about mobility, talks about your vehicle usage, talks about air pollution, talks about water pollution. So we have started working on building different models which can help us understand air pollution, water pollution, help us understand how climate change is going to impact us if we do certain things, and what are we supposed to do with respect to building a better Bangalore for ourselves. So that's where we are headed to from dengue. What is an answer? What we really understood during COVID, which really helped us, is can we build something like a digital twin of Bangalore? So Bangalore today, what we see as a physical infra probably is not even a tip of the iceberg if you look at Bangalore as data. So the amount of data Bangalore produces is significantly higher as compared to multiple other cities in India itself. That is an advantage what Bangalore has. So if we are able to structure something out, and if we are able to successfully build a digital twin, we should be able to act much, much faster. We should be able to be better prepared in handling any pandemics, epidemics. We should be able to prevent lot many more urban floodings and anything. So probably this is one of the answers. This is something what we have also started working, and multiple institutions have started working. We are looking forward so that there is a strong digital twin which comes up for Bangalore, which can set an example for the rest of India and say, okay, this is something which can really solve the problem. So that is probably I will end with saying the need and the solution for most of our problems can be a digital twin, can be access to structured data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's actually quite heartening to know that there's so much of work already underway. And it's really about where do we move from here. Meera, could I ask you to come now?
Good morning, everybody. And so I just wanted to give a quick spiel or an outline of our work and where data comes into it. In some ways, what I'm talking about is going to be the community or the citizen side of what Dr. Bhaskar talked about, which is more from an institutional side. So I'm a trustee at Urvani Foundation, and our entire approach is about empowering citizens to enable change, to build better cities. And this we know, we know the challenges. Living in Bangalore is like this city in progress, and I have been lucky enough to see Bangalore, the pre-traffic times, but it's not just about Bangalore now. Every city is sort of broken, and we have issues in every aspect, whether it's governance or civic infrastructures or environment or traffic and so on. And the key issue is also about equitable access to resources. So broadly, these are systemic issues. It's not like, you can build a flyover and fix the traffic. Every issue is as complex, and our cities are like, populations are in millions. So it's not something that you can just fix overnight, and it requires concerted effort from multiple stakeholders coming together. And broadly, and given this complexity and this, every day you're like so bothered by this getting to work, coming back, and it's just such a painful sort of a daily life that we have, that there's not that much of civic engagement. Bangalore, of course, is much more advanced that way. A lot more people are involved in community issues, but across cities, while there are people trying to make a difference, it's just getting much, much harder. So, and a lot of it is also about this lack of information and this information asymmetry. Some people know, but most people don't, how the system works, and therefore that kind of adds a complexity as well. So our response is, as an organization, as a group of people, we want to empower citizens to enable change, which means we are trying to connect people who want better cities with the information, the knowledge, the understanding, and the skills to make that happen. So there are three elements to our work. One is, of course, some of you would have heard of Citizen Matters, which is our oldest program. Started as a local news magazine for Bangalore way back in like 2007, and it's kind of evolved into, an urban media platform, civic media platform that is present in multiple cities. And we don't look at breaking news or daily news. We look more about deep, in-depth analytical kind of stories. We look at explainers. We have a lot of citizen journalism as well, because it's a very collaborative model. We have professional journalists, we have experts, practitioners, and citizen contributors who kind of share their experiences and knowledge. And so along with explaining, we also talk about ideas and solutions. We have a lot of case studies of what has actually made a difference, whether it is at a neighborhood level, whether an apartment has managed its waste responsibly, or even some of the COVID time stories have become case studies. So that's as far as Citizen Matters is concerned. And OpenCity is a data platform, and it sort of started as a side project because we were sitting on all this data, right? As part of the journalism, as part of our community engagement, we had a lot of data. We had some budgets, we had work orders, we had some detailed project reports of some group which was trying to campaign against a flyover and so on. And we said, why should it be restricted to our to our own hard drives? Let's just open it up. More people may find it useful, and that's how we set it up. And then we found a lot of people were interested. So we saw it having actually a lot of impact on the ground. Like, for example, when we put out the master plan, people started looking at it to see how it would impact their own neighborhood. People found roads were missing in real life, or they were like areas marked as public spaces which had construction already. So a lot of, you could kind of connect what is happening within the government to what is happening to your daily life. So that was the idea of OpenCity, and it's kind of evolved into, we have a lot of data sets now. We have around, I think, almost 5,000 data sets right now. And it's been helping bring visibility and transparency into local governance. And so that's the data part. And to complement all this, we do a lot of work with the community. We do training, capacity building, bringing people together and learning and trying to co-create solutions. So that's, as an organization, what we do. But in detail, if you look at it, this is OpenCity. Like I said, the fundamental part, when you go there to the website, you will see the data commons, which, and we have whatever, I mean, we're right now very domain agnostic. Whatever we're able to get hold of, we just share it. And a lot of people contribute, it could be RWAs, it could be NGOs, sometimes even from the government systems, we gather data. And we look at it, what would be relevant and useful to citizens in better understanding the city, and to also propose ideas and solve their own problems at a neighborhood level or beyond. So that's a data repository bit, and we have data from multiple cities right now. Some of it is open data, it could be in whatever, CSV or KML formats at a machine understandable format, but there are also a lot of data which is more of like PDF still, because it takes a lot of effort to clean them up and make sense of them as well. And the other part is this community that we work with. We collate, we crowdsource data. There's a lot of missing data in public sphere, as we know, right? Some cities will have budget, some cities will not have it uploaded. Sometimes you will see the expenses, which major projects are there, what is being spent on them and all that, and sometimes it will be like the data will be just empty, literally. So we work with people to try to, find as much as possible, make sense of it, clean it up, and then we come together. We also organize what we call data jams, where volunteers come together, people from different backgrounds, multidisciplinary backgrounds, like it could be GIS experts, the designers, architects, urban planners, coders, data geeks. And then you try to make sense of, using data, you try to make sense of problems and try to find like solutions or next steps. One, it adds to public discourse on that things can go beyond problem. We can actually constructively engage in the public space, but it also, there are things that people can actually then follow up with, next steps. There are things actionable coming out of these, conversations and interactions as well. So that's the, sort of more detail about OpenCity as well. So now looking at challenges, where now? Now we have platforms, we have communities. Bangalore especially is very, very active that way, but it's sort of happening across cities as well. So one of the things is, of course, you want to do this, continue doing this, but also at a greater scale. Like, how do you bring attention to issues before they happen, right? Like Dr. Bhaskar talked about, it's not just about COVID, but there's so many things, especially with like climate change. How do we keep doing that? So one example for is also about during COVID, I volunteered with this group called With Bangalore. We were trying to help workers, migrant workers, or people in low-income communities with basic essentials because they couldn't go out, there wasn't food, etc., right? And one of the biggest challenges, there was no proper data of slums, right? Bangalore has these official slums and unofficial slums, right? Officially, the list is very, very small. And we don't have like a geospatial data of those slums. At least at that time, we didn't have it. Now we have some data in Open City. I wish we had that data then. Because when we were trying to find like people to support, because you couldn't go out and also see, right? How do you actually do this in this sort of emergency? So this is a good example of why we need all sorts of data to be out there in public space. See, there are many of these data sets may be available within institutions, but they're all in silos. So there are basic, I think, essential, minimal set of data that we should ensure is out there publicly. Something simple as police station jurisdiction, right? If you go file a complaint, they will say, oh, your phone got stolen in this area, you have to go to that particular station or something. How do you even find out, only when you go there physically you find out, right? So it's really going to be useful to keep as much of this as open. Another similar example, Dr. Basu talked about dengue, right? In, I think it was 7-8 years ago, the official dengue numbers that time was about some 1,025 or something. And then we felt, oh, this doesn't look right. Everybody you knew was kind of suffering from dengue, and then it was spreading like anything. So we did the small dipstick survey, asked people, do you or anybody in your family, immediate family, has dengue? And based on that, extrapolated, talked to experts, and figured out the numbers was probably more than 20 times the official number. And then we found out that was because what the government used to acknowledge as dengue was only if the test had been done in certain empaneled laboratories. And that eventually, they changed that rule and things became better. But the point is, without data, it's really hard. So a lot of it is from a community perspective. We need to try keep it open as possible. So this is our attempt to try, put it out there so that more people can use it. We know a lot of residents and civic activists, citizens, researchers, journalists, everybody uses this data. So that's kind of, it has been having an impact on the ground. Now the question is, like I said, not all of it is open data. It is not interoperable. Somebody would put it out in PDF, somebody else in Excel, somebody else in some JSON format. There are all sorts of different formats. They all talk different languages. They look at data differently. And there are multiple dimensions to it. How do you make sense of all of this? To some extent, through our jams, we are able to look at different themes or different problem statements each time to look at it. But there's just much more than we are able to do as an organization. We are happy to collaborate with anybody interested. We are agnostic to specific, as long as it's related to our cities and there is, it leads to some sort of positive impact, we are fine with it. We are just focused on ensuring this platform and information is available to as many people as possible. Typically, like this is on the right side, is just this about the challenges with data. Typically, data, doesn't exist. Or it exists, but it's not shared publicly. Or it is there online, but it's really hard to find it, right? It is there somewhere, and suddenly it will appear on some government website, and next day it will be taken off. But then you find it, and then it's in this really random, you can't make sense of it. There are, number of government documents that you find which will have no header, footer, who put it out, who's the author, when was it published, nothing. It is just some random table of data, right? How do you even understand whether it is it trustworthy, is it reliable, is this something that you can actually use it in either in journalism or in research? Or can you even just as a citizen, can you make sense of, oh, this is the expenditure in my neighborhood, right? It's very, very hard. So, but then what next? Where do we go? How do you create like a digital data landscape of our cities? How do we ensure that its data is available? Because you want, citizens deserve to have access to that so they can, their demands can be validated by data. It's not just about ranting, saying, oh, traffic is very bad, we need a flyover here. Can we actually use data to find out how many people live in the neighborhood, how many of them commute, how many of them commute by private vehicles versus public transport, where do they go to? So what is the actual solution that you need? How do we bring that, go towards a holistic direction? So these are things that need data. So, and when people have access to it, they are better able to articulate and validate their demands as well. And the other part is you're also trying to hold governments accountable. You want to have that decision making in governments has to be evidence-based. Right now, again, it is about who's the biggest, whose voice is the loudest or who has the biggest interest in a particular case. So these are two key things that it's very essential that citizens have access to data. Again, another key, the primary reason for running something like Open City. But as in the future, yes, how do we look at data as a public good? Do we need to look at open, decentralized architectures? How do we get every organization that's generating data? One is the part that is already out there or should be there publicly that you could either use RTI or just request and get it out there. But beyond that, like the others talked about data that's getting generated continuously, that data that is there within organizations or from sensors and various other sources. How do we relate those data? Do we need to look at some sort of shared vocabulary, ontology? All of these technical things need to be sorted out. But also in terms of, do we look at, like, is it a fair question to say data is, they say data is a new oil. There are different government initiatives trying to, look at it as a revenue source. Is that a fair approach, or should it be looked at as a public good? Who are the stakeholders? Do we need data trust? Who are the intermediaries? There's just so many questions out there right now, and where do we go from here? I think we are at that inflection point. We need to find these answers. So thank you, and hope to see some questions later in the talk. Thank you.
I call on Naresh Narasimhan now. I've got a specific reason why Naresh is right at the end. Naresh is an architect, builds buildings, does a lot of other stuff, and he's also a fabulous connector. And you are a specialist in being a generalist, right? Yeah. So. For anybody feeling anxious about lunch, there is lunch served at 1:30 for everybody here.
The PDF.
This one?
Yeah, the PDF. Full screen. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning. Everybody has talked about, till before me, all the speakers have spoken about what is the current state of data and digital twins, etc., etc. So I thought I would actually spend time on figuring out how we got to this point, the history of, and a lot of digital twins, particularly in city planning and in urban design, is based on maps. And what we used to know as maps, now the word has become different today, okay? So that's why I said, and sometimes you have to understand from the theme of what everybody's been talking about, that the map is never the territory. The map is just a tool, right? So, all right. See, the history of mapping in India goes back a long time, and it starts, curiously, I really don't understand how ancient India existed without maps. The first maps of India come only when the Portuguese invade India. Before that, almost all the maps are thematic maps, and maybe personal maps not based on cadastral or scientific measurements. It's most about this king ruled from that bank of this river to that mountain range or to this geographical feature. So you will find it in many sankalpas that we speak. People say Dakshina Godavari Tire, this mountain, etc. And territories were not imagined as what the Western philosophies imagine, how territories are defined by strong lines. William Lambton, curiously, the great trigonometric survey of India started curiously in Bangalore. The baseline, the first baseline was drawn in Bangalore. And then actually it shifted to Chennai. And the baseline of the entire survey was where St. Thomas Mount, where opposite the Chennai airport. That was the first point from which India was surveyed. But the test was in Bangalore. So Bangalore still has a lot of the remnants of it. This was the first time India got, the shape of India was understood completely, the correct shape of India, right? And this is how the peninsula, the entire detailed history of the map of India was made. And Major Rennell writes, I don't want to read it, he says that the British wanted to know what they were up against before they conquered the place. So this was the map which was used as a territorial, what do you call it, almost like a planning the war effort of the British. Right? This is the first known map of Bangalore made by sight. It was a spy who came in sent by Cornwallis in advance, and very few people have seen this map. And what he saw in 1790 or so, 1791, before the Second Anglo-Mysore War, was, you can see his description also. You can see his description, and you notice that it's not based on actual size of the map, but it was actually based upon what he saw. And he went and reported this back to Cornwallis to plan the attack on Bangalore. Right? This was the old fort. The Delhi gate that you see on the right still exists, which is all that is the little bit in front, right in the, I don't know whether I can use a pointer, but that little bit where it says Delhi gate is what still exists of the Bangalore fort today. Right? Okay, so this is the first known map of the Pete and the fort of Bangalore, and it's difficult to understand what it is. How many of you are from Bangalore? Quite a few. So the hedge that you see on top is Kempegowda Road, right? And the bottom that you see, a little lake-like thing there, in between the stone fort and the town, that is a map of the old town, and the map that you see there is now City Market, right? And the moat that you see going around the fort is Kalasipalayam Main Road. And you see all these red lines on the map. This is an ordnance map made by the Cornwallis, the army of Cornwallis, are the positions of the cannon and from which the assault on Bangalore was done. And you can see all the ballistic lines. British were very clear. They would always make drawings and sketches and surveys before they invaded a place. So you can see correctly planned out, and all that is remaining of the fort is a little bit right on top, above the stone fort. Now the whole moat has been filled in, and the old city still exists like this, right? And at the same time, see the intelligence of our forefathers, much before Kempegowda, 10 centuries before that. And you see that this is called the Kasbah of Bangalore, to use a different word. And the old city that you see is right in the middle. All the Raja Kaluves, all the canals. Bangalore is the largest city in the world for a few reasons. And one of the top reasons, it is the largest city in the world not situated next to a natural feature. It's no river, no mountain, no sea, no nothing. And it's right in the top of a hill with no water. So the ancients at that time, wherever it was shallow, you see all the green bits. they actually dammed it. Every green bit has a straight line, which is the bund, which is the dam, which was built there. And you see in 1791, we had the intelligence to know how water was flowing. Somewhere down the line, we lost the plot in the whole thing, right? And you also notice that the drain which is going down there, that is the one going to Bellandur. You see Alsur Lake on the top, how it is fed by two streams, etc. It's a beautiful map, and I've got a very high resolution. And because Bangalore was in the middle of two trade routes with no natural defenses, you could attack it from anywhere. So these lake systems and the marsh land from one lake overflowed into another. They're actually not lakes, they're actually tanks. And that became a marsh, and you could not bring oxen-driven carts to Cannon to invade because it gets stuck in the marsh. So only in 4 locations you could come into the city. You can see one gap there, one gap here, and a gap on top, like that. That's where all the Kempegowda towers are. They're actually watchtowers to see who's coming from far away. And you could only enter the city, so it's a double whammy of a map, which also shows water supply, but also the defense mechanism of the entire city, how it was done. Right? And then we jump a few generations. I don't have actually, I have actually all of it, but I don't have time today to show all of it. But this is the first revenue map of Bangalore ever made in 1870. And it's a funny map because you can actually see everybody's got a door number there. Can you see the numbers on the map? These are all the tax records. This was what Bangalore looked like in 1870. And that little white strip in the middle is Parade Ground, and that's MG Road. And that little stuff on top is Shivaji Nagar and the old city. And it also shows how when the British come, the native city the moves to the left. It's a bit of a subaltern map, I think. It gets pushed to the side, and the center of the city becomes British. And you see the zoomed in version of that, that is Shule village, which is where all young people go and freak out now, Brigade Road. You know, that's Brigade Road. Can you see it? There. And that's Parade Ground, and that's the MG Road right on top. And that's how it used to look those days. Right? And Shule Tank, what it says there is the football stadium. All tanks were destroyed like this only. Right? And simultaneously, since this was under the rule of the kings at that time, the Wadayar dynasty, they had their own revenue to collect. And you see the difference between British cartographic traditions, which uses what are known as fazure lines, and the Karnataka state was also mapping it. That is the village of Alsur, I think, one of the villages there, and how the revenue pockets were. It's all in Kannada. I have all these maps also, every single one of them, from that time, the revenue maps of the city to, basically it's a tax collection maps. They have to know where to get money from. Right? And we have now collected a lot of these traditional data, old maps. And these are maps showing 1938, 1948. Every 10 years, 15 years approximately, Bangalore was being surveyed. And for some reason, it stopped after 2002. It's never been surveyed after that by the Survey of India. And you see how the city is now growing from that little bit. All of you recognize that little pink dot in the middle, that's old Bangalore. And all of it on that side is the British Bangalore. And this side, you can see Chamarajpet. Chamarajpet is the first modern layout of Bangalore, curiously based, some people say anecdotally it is based on a chessboard as a concept. And some people say actually it's based on the street grid of Manhattan. It is exactly the street grid of Manhattan is Chamarajpet, strangely. And how ideas can come across continents even at that time. You can see also the formation of Basongudi at that time. And Basongudi is actually based on the Union Jack, the British flag. And that's the shape of the British flag, and strangely used as a planning tool in 1894. Right? Sorry. And you can see that the original tank, you can see the K100 project that was mentioned earlier, is clearly visible here. And Sunkal Farm, what it says in the middle, is the BMTC bus stand on Double Road, which is now floods quite whenever there is some. Now it doesn't anymore. And Koramangala Tank is the National Dairy Development Board, which has also disappeared. So all these created what are called the idea of a sponge city, that when it rained, these areas would become, lakes would fill up and slowly discharge over time, and water would be retained within the city. Now it has become, Bangalore has become that once the Kaveri water supply came, these tanks fell into disuse and were diverted either for real estate purposes or for some institutional purposes. And I have a fantastic document from 1976, which says that all these tanks were filled in to eliminate, as part of malaria control measures, to eliminate mosquitoes. And instead great excuse, I thought, to make the real estate guys have fun, right? So you see that the mapping tradition is not just what is today, but it goes back a very long time. And in extreme detail, if you zoom in, you can zoom into this map hell of a lot. Siddhapura is where Lal Bagh, you can see Lal Bagh forming around that time. That was the village, both Chikka Mavalli and Siddhapura are the villages of the horticulture community of Bangalore, the Tigalas, one of the oldest festivals of the city. In 1998, the government, 1999, there was a new government in place under the leadership of Chief Minister S.M. Krishna at that time. And at that time, GIS had just started coming. And we didn't know what GIS was, Geographical Information Systems. So, but then I started getting very interested in this whole thing a little before that. And this is the trajectory of GIS mapping of Bangalore. In 1987, Dr. Pai, who became the director of the National Aeronautical Laboratory, actually flew a microlight over the city of Bangalore and took photographs. Those photographs have disappeared. I don't know whether you can, it's right behind you, by the way, Karnataka State Council of Science and Technology. If you find out there's a storeroom, those photographs may be still there. Be great to find it. You know, he actually took a hand camera, and I don't know how he did it, but he photographed the city and created the first modern street finder of the city. There were many other people who worked on this over time, and what happened was in around 96, this happened. This was the watershed moment in data. And what would happen was, till then all the surveys were cadastral surveys done on the ground. And suddenly India, I don't know how it happened, because IRS-1C, which was launched, the Indian Remote Sensing Satellite 1C, was launched at that time. And at that time, it had the highest resolution camera of any satellite in the world. It was 6 meters per pixel. All of you are now used to seeing it on your phone at almost like 0.5 meter resolution on Google. But in 1996, 6 meters was a revelation. Nobody had seen Bangalore from outer space up to that point. This was that satellite, and it was scanning Bangalore to 5.8 meter, to be precise, the resolution of the track, and it was scanning bands of the city. And somehow I saw it somewhere in NAL, and I used the good offices of Dr. Pai, who was the director at that time, and also when I was also the architect of Infosys at that time. I had become the architect, and I told Mr. Murthy that, and Mr. Murthy also called up the director of ISRO, and they gave me the map, free. It was very expensive data at that time. This was the first satellite image of the city ever done. And you can see it's a false color imaging picture of the city. And you can see Basangudi, it's slightly distorted. It's slightly distorted because of the satellite, it's a photogrammetry rubber sheeting technique. And you can see that Basangudi sitting there, Chamarajpet, the old city of Bangalore, and MG Road. You can see that more or less the original survey is more or less same. The big white patch on top is the Bangalore Palace. Right? And based on this map, we decided, I had at the same time visited England at that time, and I saw this thing. I got into a taxi cab, and wanted to go someplace, and the taxi guy opened a book which I had never seen before, and using an index found where I had to go. And I bought this book instantly, and I came back to Bangalore and created Bangalore's first geographically accurate map since 1978. Bangalore had never been mapped after all that. And so I created this company along with my partner, who's no longer with us anymore, Rajshekhar. And NAL collaborated with us and started this company called Street Atlas Company. And at that time, and this map became the base map of every department of Bangalore dealing with the city, because nobody else had a map at that time. And this was you could locate, if you say you wanted to go somewhere, you find the number, you can go to the map, you can actually look at an index and actually find the exact location where it was. And you can see the city was still controllable at that time. In 1996, it still looks reasonably small. Right? And we went into high detail. You can see Jayanagar, every street, every road, every public asset. We actually had teams of people going on the street every day on motorbikes and using GPS, crude GPS devices, figuring out. So the entire Google map that you use today is all my data, every single junction. When Google came, they bought it from me. Why waste time? They launched the project in less than 6 months. Because every single junction, we had got the DGPS coordinates at that time. They paid me peanuts for it, but I said, doesn't matter, just do it. I sold it to them, right? And we also made beautiful little maps. We are reissuing this in January, the updated version. It is a foldable map. Everyone's got so used to their phone. In the phone, you can only see a little bit. You will never get a sense of the big picture. This is the map of central Bangalore. And it actually is a very cute map because it has all the, and this was given to every single government department, and we were gifting this free to every single person as this thing. So I'm just walking you through the cartographic history of the whole city itself, right? And then they're still doing it, but in 1995, they started laying these cable, the internet had come, and there's great demand for fiber, let's connect the whole city. This is the first fiber optic map of the whole city, how to dig it, what to do. This was for Reliance Industries. They commissioned us to make this map. They still haven't learned the lesson because the mafia here still insists on putting it on light pole to light pole. So the problem hasn't been solved till today. But if you can imagine 30 years ago, I was still trying to fix this problem, right? And before me, then we found out that the city survey department, actually I had every layout of Bangalore, we have all these maps with us. They stopped functioning in the early 90s, and they actually had every single bit of the city. There's a proper department doing this for the city. And when they disconnected the registration and mutation from the city survey, this stopped. And other technologies took over, right? Okay, so this was again the Street Atlas of Bangalore. And then this great thing happened, some mildly controversial later in the day because it was also, many people thought it was an elitist capture of public resources. The Bangalore Agenda Task Force was set up under the chairmanship of Nandan Nilekani. I was a member, many others were members, etc. And we started looking at the city and saying, how can the people of the city, the citizens of the city, engage with the planning process of the city completely? So what he showed, this is the first command and control center of Bangalore. Bhaskar, that's what it looked like. So long ago, before everybody else. The first, you can see the maps coming there. Long back, we set this up and said, let us use technology now to, this was the first one ever, the control system, right? And then we started looking at mapping the city, looking at how to increase the tax base of the city, what is the ward population of the city. And if you look at it and you look at it today, it's like almost like Bangalore is almost 2.5 times bigger than this, right? And how the data, this is the origin of all the data that you saw in the earlier presentations today. This is where it started, right? And we did a full PIN code survey. We also did and this is my original note. You can see that 14/04/1999, how to set this up. Long, long ago. I found it and kept it with me, and how every single thing comes from this. What can be done with it? Energy supply, traffic systems, water, management of open spaces, health, education, solid waste, at that time. And it was greatly supported by the government. They immediately saw the benefit of it, and all the maps that you see on that side was created by us. Every single thing, right? And these were the original, till this point, there was no real proper data of the city. And Ward 76, we found out that, we did a very, very detailed survey of the whole thing. And we also started mapping the city by PIN code, because we found out that a letter sent to somebody reaches everybody regardless of what it was. If money order has to come, it will reach you. So how did the postal department know where to get it? So we went and sat with them, and this is an extraordinarily sophisticated system, this PIN code system. And we sat and now figured out which is PIN code for what. And then use that to target specific communities and write letters to them. What you were talking about, figuring out which part, where it is. One of the simplest ways to do this is this. The amount of data with the India Post is extraordinary. They have almost every address. See, what happens in a GIS is you'll get the top view. But in a building, there'll be 20 tenants. How do you find that out? How do you figure that out? PIN code is the answer. So we did that too. And we also started releasing these maps and updating these maps every few years. 2003, this map was sitting on every minister's and every government official's wall for many, this was the only map available for a long time. And that was the shape of Bangalore then. Right? All right. To fast forward, how does all this affect what we do? Right? So Bangalore's planning history actually goes back further than what we think. In 1952, there was a development committee of the city, just after the formation of Jayanagar. Right? Jayanagar was inaugurated in 1948 on Republic Day. And 1952 onwards, there is somebody, the development committee, there was an outline development plan created under under K.C. Reddy's government, and later after Kengal Hanumanthaya came. 1972, the outline development plan was, then at that time, there was a figuring out that the Town and Country Planning Act needed teeth. It was modified, enforced. Then 1995, they made a CDP, and then again a CDP was made in 2000, up to 2015. And after that, we have not had a comprehensive development plan since 2000. It's expired, and they made a draft plan for 2031, but that's been withdrawn because it was not correct. Right? This was Bangalore in 1995, and this was their projection up to 2011. How wrong they were, right? It's incredible how planning can go wrong. And you can see right on top, that's where Srishti was. That's Yelahanka. You can see that little, right on top, your old campus is in that yellow bit right on top. And nothing was there between that ring, what you call the ring road, no, the inner ring road and the whole, there's no development at all. Zero. Nice, cute city, what we remember as a traffic-less super city to hang around in. Right? And this was the great plan and how Bangalore was supposed to grow. Thing looks like I don't know, it looks like a chicken with its thing sticking up or something, I don't know what. And you can see also the extension of the city in 1995, because that is electronic city coming up there on the bottom. And that little bit with a little tail is the information technology park, Whitefield. It was denotified. All this was supposed to be green belt. Slowly you can see them eating into it, right? And one more was supposed to come here, the Kumbalgod Bidadi smart city, which has still not happened till today. It never took off. But that side and this side went berserk. And this was supposed to be the major road pattern, the ring road pattern. Curiously, fairly forward thinking at that time, but never implemented fully. And the ring road now looks like a fairly straightforward geometric circle, but right now it looks like a snake which is completely drunk. Like a drunk, now the actual road of this thing, right? And you can see how the city was planned to grow in these directions, and that was the great idea at that time, right? And when eventual land use, what they predicted for the city. You can see the old airport is there in green there, in gray there. And Yelahanka is nowhere in the picture. Right? And then we started looking at these maps and using the satellite data and found that the map is not the territory. The ward map had no meaning. See, the ward map is in red, and the BDA thought it was like green. So there are multiple agents in the city with no idea what's going on. They don't talk to each other, and each one draws his own map. To our horror, then we said we went and checked every other agency and found that BESCOM had its own map, the water supply had its own map. Everybody has their own map, and the police stations were the best. They had their own map, and funnily enough, about 30, 40 locations, there was no police overlap at all. There's no, they didn't even, for them, that part of Bangalore didn't exist. Right? And this was supposed to be the grand plan, where there was supposed to be a green belt, and Bangalore was supposed to be limited to that much. Right now, all that remains are some brown wedges here and there. Almost all of it is urbanized now. The Bangalore has gone beyond this also. Right? And this was supposed to be funnily, the extent of Bangalore from 1976, what the BDA thought, 1,000 to 300 square kilometer, till today, the boundary has not changed. So you cannot keep on pushing people into something, the urbanization limit has not changed for 50 years now, 40 years now. And that green belt, you can already see guys poking their nose inside. Spotted development is electronic city, and you can see the ITPL, and you can see that. And the pink stuff was all that Bangalore was. So you can imagine the dramatic transformation in 30 years. All the green stuff is gone now. All of it disappeared. Now it looks something, this was the 2015 plan made in 2005. You can already see the green area shrunk dramatically, and now by now everything is over. Now this is what Bangalore looks like today. My old street atlas map, we now upgraded it completely, and you see the NAISE road in red outside, and the proposed fabled, legendary peripheral ring road, which is in dotted line, which is still not happened. Right? And the actual ring road, you can see in red in the middle, I told you looks like a drunk snake instead of a straight line. There, that is the ring road that you can see in the middle. And you can see that the whole city is slowly disintegrating. The quality of the outer areas are all messed up. You can see some planning in the middle, but slowly getting ruined over time. And this was the grand plan of 2031, which is now withdrawn, no longer there. And you can see now some green only on the west, because that's the Arkavati river. That area is protected. Everything else is gone, completely urbanized. Right? All right. There are many others, including Meera, Bhaskar, so many of us have been working on how to bring open data into the city. But there are other layers of the city, historical layers, which this is an extraordinary website, if any of you have not seen it, done by P.L. Uday Kumar, called, and who took the single-handedly established that the history of Bangalore is at least 10 centuries before Kempegowda, from the Ganga dynasty. In the 6th century, he found inscription stones. There's one very close to you, here very close by, one of the oldest stones in Yelahanka village. And if you go to this map, you can actually see every single location of the city going back 2,000 years or so. There is another interesting project which is now, that is finally, after many years of pushing, last week the BBMP issued the order to do a tree census of Bangalore. This was the first map which started looking at how many trees are actually there in Bangalore city. We hear a lot of doomsday predictions that the Bangalore is going to die. There's nothing, only 3% left. There's something wrong with the data. So now with the tree census, we will know for sure what is the actual green cover of the city. And this is also live, by the way. You can also see it. We also, as Mod Institute, which is the think tank that I run, we also started doing interactive map for the whole city called the Bangalore Change Map, where you can log in and say that I want this to be changed or that to be changed. And then we will try to collate that information and give it to the authority in the hope that something may happen. And of course, everything now has been replaced by the master of all maps, the Google Maps. This is actually based on what I showed you earlier. Now they have, of course, done a much more detailed validation of whatever I gave them earlier. And this has now become a great tool, and more important than just the map, it's actually the way in which it can incentivize public transit in Bangalore. Just try using Google Maps to go anywhere. It'll actually tell you walk 400 meters, catch a bus at this time, go here, catch a train, walk down 200 meters, you're at your destination. And it's we use this when we go abroad without thinking. We never think that it's possible in this city, but Google Maps in Bangalore is fully enabled now. It's it's an extraordinary, for the past 6 months, it's fully active. For any of you who don't have, like somebody told me the other day, public transport is so unhygienic, and all. I said, yeah, correct. You are the most hygienic person. So please, unless more people use it, there's no point paying lip service to saying that you will use public, at least once a week, twice a week. Please use it, and it's very easy now with this simple tool, right? Mira already mentioned this point. There are currently about 16 agencies mucking with Bangalore on a daily basis, another 20 who are writing policy, and each one is collecting data in their own format in silos. They won't share it with anyone. God knows what is so secret about it, but they won't give it. And I have to actually pull it out like pulling a teeth out of literally that much effort is required. And the data is generating every day. Like my estimate is that currently there's about 9 terabytes of data on Bangalore in various sources just by extrapolation. And I think it'll hit a petabyte very, very fast. And it's increasing at a dramatic pace. And with AI tools and ML tools, I think we can speed up the data acquisition. Okay, now look at this for instance. This is the stormwater drain map of BBMP, right? We have all the data, every single bit of data we have. Only problem is about 30% of the drains are missing from this map. Right? This is supposed to be the base on which all the stormwater drains, when we went and started looking at it, there are all sorts of like Patal Bhairavi, because there's so much silt, there are drains coming from under that and bubbling up. Nobody knows it's there at all. Incredible stuff. So we started doing this data when we started doing the K100 project. This BWSSB has its own map, and it has nothing to do with the BBMP stormwater map. Look at this. This is the this is the extremely detailed map of the sewage system of Bangalore, or whatever passes for a sewage. A lot of it is broken, but they at least have a map where it is so we can find out where it is broken. Right? And what other speakers have mentioned before me, the data sets are repetitive, they're confusing, they're misspelled, nobody knows what is going on. You can see this kind of data mess is there in the city. I'm sure with help from you all, maybe with what you are doing, we should be able to rationalize this into a single interoperable data set. Right? And for doing the K100 Rajakalave project, I had to know where the sewage is coming from. So in a small area, about 32 square kilometers, which is the watershed of the city, we actually sat and mapped every single thing. Revenue data, plot data, sewage data, BBMP data, everything into one data set. And like a lot of the rings, I had that one ring to rule them all. The master map was in my hand. So I could do that, and you can see the level of detail. That is the drain that is running through, and you can see all the sewage and lines, the red ones are the sewage network, how it is coming and falling into the drain. And slowly now, that it was quite a successful exercise. From 130 million liters of sewage which was coming into this drain, going into Belandur Lake and catching fire, the only lake that catches fire in the world. The last 1 year, if you have noticed, it hasn't caught fire. And 3 weeks back, I got a photograph of migratory birds nesting on Belandur Lake, because 130 million liters has reduced to 3 in 2 years. It is possible to do that. So this is the power of data science. If you are able to know how to use data correctly, interoperability, it's almost eliminated. The entire sewage is gone. It is becoming a public space. It's becoming a park. So where does all this lead to? So if everybody is going to create their own digital twin, then we'll have 5 digital twins in the city, which is, again, won't talk to each other. So I have been proposing this for a long time, 20 years. I never give up. I'm an irresistible force pushing against immovable objects, but sometimes they wobble. So City Lab, I've been proposing, India has 6 of the largest urban agglomerations in the world. And not one city has a city lab in India who has a spatial observatory to look at. And now with better and better advanced tools, and given this great moniker the city has, the city of technology, I've been proposing this endlessly. We almost got it 2 years ago, okay? You can see the amount of, this is the map of urban agglomeration across the world, and the light blue line shows the expansion, how much it will grow. And compare it with this map. All these cities have a city gallery, like a city map, and India has none. And I said Bangalore has to be the first one to do it. I've been proposing it for many, many years. Something like this, where you're using projection tools, data mapping tools, holographic tools. This is the city of Chicago. And you can see that you can visualize the city in 3D, which is, you don't even need a physical model, you can make a digital twin. This is the actual digital, when people have been saying that this is the twin, right? And you also talk about the history of the city. This is New York City. This is the history of New York, and all shows from where to where the city has come, right? And this is the nicest thing I ever saw. I went to about 40 of them all over the world. Wherever I land in a big city, first thing I'll do is go to I've been obsessing about this for 20 years now, so it'll happen at some point. This is the Singapore City Gallery, and it has an entire section devoted to children planning the city. Fantastic idea, I thought. At least boring adults won't listen. We can at least influence kids to, and the children come there and help plan Singapore. I thought it's such a cute idea, actually. And they use it, you can see them, children playing games, it's very structured. And what we need, I think other speakers have spoken about it, this is what a digital twin looks like in 3D. You can imagine the whole city, and you can also be able to put any new project into it, test it, simulate it, see if it works, modify it, run it again, till it works. And if it's possible to do it, I'll do it. But it is going to be a common effort now, because others have pointed out there are many layers of data. There are health data, traffic data, population data, pandemic data. The classes of data itself are incredible, right? And for instance, this is the Singapore. They started using digital twins in a very big way. And you can see that energy consumption can be modeled, and the entire disaster management modeling of the city, whether it's wind or extreme weather, how does the city behave? And you can simulate the whole thing using software. This is the digital twin of Singapore, by the way, right? So in Mysore Lamps, which is a big property owned by the government, defunct industry in Malleshwaram, which is about 28 acres, in the last government, we had proposed this Bangalore City Lab. It almost came to, even the foundation stone was ready. And then the people in power realized that the property is worth about 6,000 crore. It's about 30 acres of land. And suddenly got cold feet saying, how can we give it to you? I said, don't give it to me. I don't want it. I'll just do it. You run it. But they're not listening. And we had made a full model. It's an old industrial shed. And we had called it Bangalore Belaku because it was Mysore lamps. And this was light on Bangalore. And we had also proposal how to make it into a place where you can study the city, etc., etc. And the project is still alive, but not finished. Still, I think we have a little bit of a stretch to go, and I hope that all of you, whoever is interested, please get involved. We have now relaunched the space as a private initiative because the government is not listening. Somebody's got to do it. On Church Street, all of you know Social Bar, right? On the 6th floor. And that's what it's going to look like. It's already underway. The space is relaunched yesterday, of all things. And it's going to be used as a public forum available to all Bangaloreans, agencies, institutions, as an institutional space to think about and debate the future of the city. Thank you so much. If you'd like to know more, get involved, take a picture. You can connect to Mod Institute, and we are welcome volunteers at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a fascinating journey. I'm actually going to ask each of you to ask the rest of the panel's questions because while you do know each other, I'm not sure if you get much time to actually meet with each other. So maybe I could start with you, Meera. If you have a question for Naresh or Dr. Bhaskar, what would that be?
No, we had a long conversation on the way, so I think so. Maybe I'll pass it on, it'll come.
All right.
A question for Dr. Bhaskar or to Meera?
Now, one question I had for you, Bhaskar. How, when you build these institutional frameworks, are you building in an open access framework into it? Because many times I find that people are not sharing this. And as I said, it's like extracting teeth to get data out of government. Now, if you're going to do it in the beginning, my strong suggestion would be to, like if, for instance, today, if I want to find out property value or even insolation levels, how much solar panel I want to install in San Francisco, I can do it from my phone. The level of open data, I don't know what is so secret about it because there are right now about 50 satellites right above our head right now who have much more data than the BBMP ever has. What is so dark secret about this, I cannot understand in India. And it used to be a strategic thing, but it's no longer available. And with drone technology, we can also get almost I can get information about anything using AI ML tools with drones, with LiDAR drones. For instance, the K100 project that I did, nobody had any data. And I used LiDAR drones, and you can also not go to the drain because it's full of sewage. And it is encroached to the bit. So how do you survey something which is not accessible? So the whole thing was done with LiDAR drones, and the map that you saw there was created by a combination of traditional methods and ML tools, basically AI tools, using it to optimize data sets.
So simple answer is yes. So we are also looking at making it open access. So
has the government mandated that?
So couple of areas what government is also concerned in, since like you said, why is it a secret? Even we are not able to figure out why is it a secret. One thing what we realized why is it a secret is because probably the gaps will be more visible the moment it becomes public. So there are a lot of gaps, you know that, we know that, right? So that's something what they might be hiding, nothing beyond that. But As we are working on this data and making it a lot more structured, one major thing what we're also working is towards DPI and DPGs, right? So making it more public accessible and open access so that everybody can use what we are put up and build on top of that instead of recreating what has already been done. So that's somewhere where we are also headed. But before making it open access, we want to make it a lot more structured and useful enough. If we make as available to public again, it might not be useful for many people. Making it structured, making it easily accessible and targeting it to people who want to use it is something what we are looking at. So what you are doing, Meera, is something we will be also able to collaborate and look into is how you are making it a lot more open access. So that's something what we are working towards.
Thanks. So out of the data that you have, how much of it is sort of existing and how much, I mean, in terms of proportion, is continually generated? Environmental parameters and so on.
So most of the data what we are working upon is essentially government data. So I would say around 90%, 90-95% is already existing retrospective data. Very small percentage of it is real-time data which gets auto-generated. So whatever is auto-generated, we have built in system so that it gets updated real-time. So like the case data or the weather data is directly linked with IMD or the case record systems of Karnataka government. Case and MDC, everything. So that's coming in. So this data gets updated almost on a daily basis. Since it's a government system, it's much simpler. So probably if it's got to be linked with multiple other private systems also, it might get a little complex.
But this organization is a government organization.
This is a government organization. That's why it is easier.
And do you feed back into the system, for example, air quality data, does KSPCB take it, accept it? Because they have certain norms and then if anything, other than their ecosystem, they don't accept that, right?
Yes, so it is a two-way communication.
Okay. Now I have a question for Naresh, like with all the experience interacting with all these dozens and dozens of agencies across the city, what is their capacity in terms of data and technology? See, if you go to any Western country or a developed country and look at their cities, cities have data officers, cities have technology officers. What do you see?
In one word, zero. This is why I've been trying to push for this Bangalore City Lab to create a special cadre. It's a Government of India, Karnataka, Bangalore City initiative, to be able to create a set of cadre of data scientists and data visualizers. That was part of it. So the idea was to create a physical twin as well as a digital twin of the city at the same time, and also create a culture of data analysis and information generation. I think all the bits and pieces are there in the system. If you can set up an art park with all Bhaskar and all his smart guys there, this must be trivial. Like there's enough people in Bangalore who know about data and data science. The problem is to create an institution is not easy within government. I almost got it, and then Ashada came, and this Ashada is every time I come up with something, one Ashada will come, and 1 month will pass, and the government chief minister will change. And when chief ministers change, something will go wrong. Now that happened, and the next chief minister has other priorities. Many of them have some tunnel vision also, so they don't listen. They have some other idea what to do. And this becomes a backbone. But you don't give up, it's all there. I hope that at some point this will come through. And I think it will now come through in a virtual sense more than a physical sense, which is why I have decided, like, let's put it on Church Street in the middle of the city, and hopefully it will become a government institution sooner or later.
That's at an institution level, but within, don't you need this capacity, this understanding of the role of data and tech within organizations?
Exactly.
Like BDA,
So
BDA should have like a survey, whatever, geospatial department.
Correct. I completely agree. But what will happen is if you can drive it from the spatial observatory and depute, like for instance, he was there, he was deputed to BBMP during COVID, just to look at how to manage that health information. So this can be done easily. There is a deputation model. I know how the government works. So if you try to do it within the organization, it will become part of their bureaucratic cadre structure. And that they will not, it will not move. But if they're able to they pulled off the data center for COVID command center in Hepzibah and you and all, no? Within 2 weeks. I mean, you cannot imagine even the private sector pulling, in 2 weeks it was up. I was also part of it in the initial bit when they were setting it up. It's completely possible to do it within 2 weeks where there's an emergency, they were able to do it. So this can be done. I mean, and then the officers push back into each department and start setting up their structures. And that becomes a separate cadre within government which has fungibility and interoperability between each of them. Also, the other danger of setting it up in each individual organization is each one will use a different data standard. So that is irritating. It has to be one ring to rule them all, and then everybody goes to and sets it up individually in the same format.
In theory, it should be part of this overarching, whatever, Metropolitan Planning Committee or something like that.
So the last attempt I made was to try to do it through the BMRDA. Through the BMRDA, which is something called the Bangalore. I think Bangalore BDA is now, I think you should call it, I don't know. No, we should call it BEDA. BDA. Bangalore BDA, BEDA, in the next slogan. There's Bangalore Destruction Authority, it is nothing else. Even if you see the logo of BDA, it shows an inchoate mess of lines, which is their idea of what Bangalore is. They see their own logo. So BDA has lost the plot, clearly, because you cannot have a single agency which notifies land, acquires land, plans land, and builds luxury apartments. They're like a real estate developer with full control of the back process. So this is not this is like a conflict of interest in a conflict of interest. So I've been telling the government now for a long time, it's time to retire BDA. Bangalore, the imagination cannot be limited by 1976, 1,312 square kilometer. Bangalore thing should be looked at a regional level, which is about 8,000 square kilometer. Unless you fix the entire geographical region, focusing on a small area is not going to solve the problem. So if BMRDA becomes the secretariat of the Metropolitan Planning Committee under the 74th Amendment of the Constitution of India, that is already mandated, the Metropolitan Committee is already formed but never meets. BMRDA becomes the secretariat, then the problem will become, it will become easier to, and planning is controlled at one level, and other agencies become only implementation agencies. Everybody has now got a planning section and an implementation section who doesn't talk to anybody else.
So, I mean, it appears from this discussion that, I mean, if you were to do this city lab or the data commons for the city, it probably cannot be sitting entirely within the government structure.
It has to be something like what they are set up here.
Which is, possibly a combination of, academic institutions.
We have a huge
society.
precedent to that. The Indian Institute of Information Technology was the first experiment which was done 22 years ago. And now it's functioning perfectly. That is actually a government thing. It's not a, there are many examples like that in government where the public-private partnership with government ownership has been done. It just needs that one politician, one bureaucrat to say, let's do it. And it'll be done.
So we are going to continue this conversation over lunch, but in the meantime, does anybody here have any questions?
Yeah.
Yes. Could you have a mic? Or just take this? Too close to lunch.
So, thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was amazing. My question is very tricky in terms of where do we start, but I'll start with Chandrasekhar Jayaraman's presentation, where he mentions more than 60% data not in usable format for commercial insight. He's talking about such a tech-heavy and informed group of users. There they're saying 60% of data is not usable. And I can just imagine what's set in when it comes to data in the city. Now, my ask is like what Meera has put in one of her slides, what are the challenges? I'm simply asking as a teacher, my students, if they have to take up for their projects and they want data, it becomes now they're only referring Google Maps as a thing. And forever we've been discussing with Jacob that ISRO has such detailed maps that if they're accessible to public, that becomes such an important thing.
Curiously, it is accessible. Have you seen Bhuvan? Have you
But-
seen the portal called Bhuvan?
That's exactly where Meera had put up. It's there online, but I don't know how to access it. Forget about me, but if students have to access it, they need to be now kind of educated how to access the city's data. So maybe you should take up the first step in that and open up your the
My
amazing.
data sets are all 100% open.
Yeah.
I don't keep, so is Meera's actually. It's completely open.
So is all the presentation what you
How
made?
to, there's also explainers how to use it. Please see their portal.
Okay, yeah, you know that I
There's
saw their
also one
site.
very nice data set in Bangalore called mapshalli.org.
Okay.
They also have an incredible amount of free and open source data.
Yeah, that's my only.
It's
thing.
available. You have
Ask.
to know where to look, that's all.
Yeah. So that remains as a question mark. Now, you come and put across it. Now, I wish we will get in touch with Meera, and you have already involved in the thing when we brought our students. It'll be amazing that if we start this process by making it as easily accessible as possible. We need to educate students about it. Thank you for the amazing presentation.
Everybody goes to Google Maps because that's the easy one.
Correct. There must be something right there when everyone goes there, but the real data and things we need to make accessible.
No, but the DTM models of Google Earth Pro is actually accurate to 1 meter today.
It is like the CDP drawings.
No,
If
forget
we
that
had
CDP,
to
that CDP is a
access earlier, you had to pay 15,000 rupees to get a copy of it. But now I don't think we should have that problem. It's about educating them how to use it. That's it.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
They have a very good explainer how to use their data, what to do with it. Just look at their website.
Yeah.
Open City, what's it called? Opencity.org. .in.
Yeah.
While Google Maps is great, I think it's also very confusing. I have taken many extra kilometers of drive around the city just because of missing one turn or two, because the city keeps changing and breathing so quickly, so often. One turn is missed and you're stuck in traffic forever. But I'm not complaining. I just want to thank you for being here and for spreading that infectious energy for however many members are here. This is fascinating. I mean, me as a facilitator teaching game design, for me data is fascinating. And how do I gamify this to bring it into my classroom? And like Murli said, how do we get this to more people? Maybe through more gamified tools. And thank you for thinking of spaces like City Lab. I can't wait for it to happen. And I'm already going to be training my volunteers to join the force.
It's already happened. It opened yesterday. And those of
Fantastic.
you who visit Church Street,
Yes.
the social building, the first exhibition of all the maps that I showed is up as of yesterday
Beautiful.
evening. Please come and see it.
Thank
in
you so
high
much,
detail.
sir.
Come and see it anytime. And there's a lot of films on the city going on today and tomorrow also, if you're there.
Guys, make a note.
Okay, today I have, just a shameless plug if you're all interested. Just a shameless plug. I'm giving a, see, the city is not just about data and maps and which road is not working also. No, there's a culture of the city I'm also interested in street culture. So I've been part of I can't play or sing or do anything, any instrument, but I know exactly who's a good singer and who can play good music. So I've been tracking the music history of the city, particularly Western music, for the past 50 years. And today evening at 7 p.m. in that City Lab, I'm going to give a talk on the music history of Bangalore. So all of you are welcome, 7 to 8 p.m. today. If you come a little earlier, in the lobby you can see all these maps beautifully framed and put up, extra bonus.
So I think, thank you, Shraddha. You've done my vote of thanks already. I just want to, again, this is just the beginning. And I hope that we, Srishti, ADI, the city of Bangalore, all the institutions that these people represent are able to work together in actually making this, well, Naresh's 20-year-old dream, Bhaskar's work, Meera's work with citizens, come together where we have a more engaged citizenry. That is actually the idea of Protopolis is really about having an engaged citizenry. And citizens are mere consumers of services until they start contributing as citizens. In the afternoon, post-lunch, we have a session on Safe City here in this room. We have Rajkumar Srivastava, forest officer, and KV Gururaja, who's a researcher, popularly known as the Frogman, who will be talking about, non-humans in the city, and how does a city acknowledge and live with non-humans. We have co-creating tomorrow, a workshop. I think the closest we have to a design thinking workshop during this conference, but not quite a design thinking workshop, with Uday from 2:30 to 4 p.m. in the Ruha building, first floor. We also have the children's participation in achieving the SDGs. That's in Rux in 505, fifth floor of Rux. Now we go for lunch. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon plenary session on the Safe City, Bangalore. I would be introducing our panelists now, and I'll be handing it over to them. If you have any questions at the end of the session, we have time from 2:30 till 4:30. So please absorb as much as you can. And I take this honor and opportunity to introduce our two esteemed guests for the evening. Rajkumar Srivastava is from the IFS. He served for 32 years as a forester, and he's the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Bamboo Mission. Please welcome, give a round of applause. Thank you. Our other panelist, Dr. Gururaj KV, also known as the Frogman of India, is a faculty and researcher at Srishti Manipal Institute, as we all know. He is Dr. TMA Pai Endowment Chair in Arunran's Acoustic and Anthropogenic Climate Change. His current research is in the field of amphibian ecology, behavior, and landscape ecology. So both the panelists would be talking about the safe city outside of the human lens and what is it on the other side. So welcome to both of you. Thank you for joining us to talk and get started this discussion. Over to you, Mr. Srivastav. Please.
Hi friends, till technology comes to our support, let's talk something. I am R.K. Srivastav. Srivastav definitely means ki somebody from UP, and till my graduation or till my joining Indian Forest Service, I had not crossed borders of UP. And fate brought me to my Karm Bhumi, Karnataka. And my last 32 years of my service has been in Karnataka, different parts of Karnataka. So definitely, through all my junior years, I have been directly working in forest with people, without people. There were assignments where it was a very technical kind of assignment. There were assignments where every day we were in man-animal conflict zone, being beaten up by people, being trampled by my own wildlife. So with all this experience, very respectfully, we call ourselves as foresters. Once a forester, always a forester. Even and another 15 days, I'm going to retire. 31st of this December, I'll be retiring. And after retirement also, I'll remain as a forester. So what I'm trying to share with all of you is my experience as a forester. And there is no technical stuff in the presentation. You may see it, you may not see it. That is only to add some color to the room, because you require some cues to speak. Otherwise, if there is no presentation also, then also it is okay. My understanding of today's session was that we need to talk about how to design safer urban landscapes for human being. And when I was conveyed this theme of today, that safer urban landscapes from non-human inhabitants. So when we say non-human inhabitants, whether it is for the non-human inhabitants, we want to make safe city for them, or safe city for human beings from human non-inhabitants. I am duty. Okay, kar lo. In fact, I am duty bound to talk on behalf of non-human inhabitants of Bangalore. But within these four walls, whatever I would be speaking is my personal views. Nothing, I'm not endorsing anything from government side. And because most of the things I would be saying may not be in public domain. These what foresters, we talk in private. All that we want to discuss here mainly from the point of view. Okay, we are not presenting any solutions in this session, but we would be provoking thoughts in our citizens of future. You are the people who will be designing safer cities in India and safer city, Bangalore itself, our own Bengaluru, maybe today, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow. आ गया है? नहीं आया? Next. So again, the first question was, safer city for whom or for whom? So my perspective would always be talking about safer city for non-human inhabitants. And my belief is that when we talk about non-human inhabitants, our coexistence with them, if the city is safe for my elephants, my leopards, my A, B, C non-human inhabitants, the city automatically becomes safe for humans also to live in. If we believe in this, then only we'll move ahead. Hopefully everybody believes in this, especially this community at this thought-provoking designer community of Bangalore, especially they are supposed to believe that our existence is also dependent upon coexistence with our own other non-human inhabitants of the city of Bangalore. And most of the things, whatever I would be talking, would be in limited context of Bangalore. And maybe when we have question-answer session, if something is required, we'll elaborate outside Bangalore. The biggest animal what we see in Bangalore, or what we compete with, is elephants. And maybe some of you may be from outside Bangalore, but people who are from Bangalore, they must have seen elephants had come to areas as near as our Jayanagar, where we have metro roaming today, where we have full entire city, old city. Jayanagar is part of almost old city. There also elephants had come. So this gives us a perspective. Most of the people have perception that because there is nothing in the forest to eat, or there is not good forest enough for these elephants to stay back there, that is why they are straying out. For my citizens of tomorrow, please, my request is to please try and see the same issue from this perspective. And other than you, no forest officer will talk in public, and no politician will talk in public about this. Karnataka has about 6,500 elephants. We have, I'm not very accurate, it must be 6,425, don't make note, you will get it in the internet. We have approximately 6,500 elephants. We are number one in the country. We are number one in the country as far as number of elephants is there. Out of these 6,500 elephants, imagine how many of them are straying out. Not more than 6 to 7%. Not more than 6 to 7%. Hardly, maybe 200, 300 elephants are straying out. Why? When the common perception is, even our political bosses, even the people who make public opinion, they are also of the opinion that there is nothing in forest for them to eat in. But my request to you is, please consider this point. The same forest, when I joined Karnataka, somewhere joined Karnataka somewhere in 1994. They were holding X number of elephants. That time also elephants moved out. Now the same X number of elephant has become 6,000 elephants. Still only 6-7% elephants are moving out. Which means to say that we the people of Karnataka have kept our forest so well. Its capacity has increased from level A to level X. And that time also elephants used to move out, and today also elephants used to move out. Now let us get to the problem. Problem is not that elephants move out. Problem is to just understand why elephants move out. We humans, if you go to any society or if you go to any neighborhood, night 11 o'clock, whom you will see outside roaming on the tea shop or roaming near the bar or roaming near the auto stand? They are all youth. They are the youngsters of the society. And I used to see all 60 students in Yalanka. Now you are so secluded here, nobody finds you out. But most of the 60 students were out on this power shop or A, B, C shop. I will not mention them. Okay? So it is like human being, we are a territorial animal. We have a family, we stay in family, and in family's growth, there will be a stage when the sub-adult of the family, who is supposed to become IAS or engineers or designers of tomorrow, is not getting there. He is not getting approval of his parents. Father will always say, "Neen kalla ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿರ್ತೀರಿ." So that frustrated man, that frustrated sub-adult, till he achieves something and till he has something to absorb all his energies and do his work, till he is disciplined by the norms of the society, he will roam around. Same is with the elephants. In elephants groups, there are ladies who will be heading those groups. And the moment one boy or one calf becomes sub-adult, he is thrown out. He is thrown out till he finds another elephant for himself and starts one new family. So all these sub-adults, they are not going to stay with the family, they will be running around. And these running around elephants will come out of the forest in search of either new elephants or new avenues. You have food at home. Tande tai kottirtare, amma kottirtare. Every day mother will cook best of the food for you. Still why Zomato auntie is coming? Because A, you have a phone in your hand. B, you have money in your hand. And C, there is some restaurant preparing you something. From childhood till now, you have not eaten momos. Why you want to eat today? There is nothing wrong in that. Our mind is wired up like that. Our mind is wired up like that. If we want something, some adrenaline to move today, we need to have something different. Similar is elephant also. They are wired to have food, same food, and they will have 365 days, same food in the forest. But the moment they have tasted sugarcane, the moment those who had come out, they had tasted sugarcane, they are very intelligent animal, they will keep on waiting and they will try to see the day farmer cuts sugarcane, they will come and destroy and go. Next. There are a section of elephants who are born in coffee states, who are not born in the forest at all. For an elephant, it doesn't matter. This is greenery, that is greenery, this is land, that is land. It doesn't know my forest notification, it doesn't know my boundaries. It is born in coffee land. It likes eating jackfruit. It likes eating coffee also. And it's staying there. And when it is born there and it is staying there, why a man should have a problem? Again, these elephants, they are territorial in nature. They are migratory. Even if you provide a good bar Even if you provide a good restaurant near his house, then also he will move. Why? हम नहीं जाते क्या? Everything is there in Bangalore, but still we'll like to go take a bike and go towards Mysore Road and go up to Mandya, go up to some place and come back in the night. Huh? Same is the nature of elephants also. One single elephant cannot stand and forage at one place because nature has wired it like that. The amount of food one elephant eats, if it starts eating at one place, tomorrow there won't be any food there. The nature has made it to move and eat, and 150 kilometers, 160 kilometers, elephants move. And when elephants move, they don't have a Google map. They don't say that, yes, Bangalore ban bete, now we are near Bangalore, now we are entering A, B, C or whatever. They are wired to move in certain directions only. Historically, they have been coming to Bangalore. Historically, they have been coming to all the places near Bannerghatta, and mind you, Bannerghatta is, if you see this elephant corridor maps, Bannerghatta is joined with most of the forest in Karnataka. So that is why now we don't talk about forests, we talk about forest landscape. Elephant which is in Chikmagalur can come to Bannerghatta tomorrow. It doesn't come. There are different groups which go in different areas. That's okay. That is established fact. But technically it is possible. And when this elephant is coming, most of the accidents in Bangalore happen near this Devika Rani Rorich estate. Most of the elephant raiding happens there. Why? Nobody thought, when Mr. Rorich started his estate there, he never thought that this was crossing point for elephants. And there is a highway. Elephant from left side will come and it has to go to the right side, and there is nobody to guard its, there is no road there, there is no blockage there. Nobody is going there to regulate its path from A side to B side. It has to find its own way and cross. And when it crosses, please understand, please take it, for all non-humans, human being is not the food. Whether it is elephant, whether it is tiger, whether it is panther, whether it is snake, whatever you may call, human being is not food for any of these animals. And when we are not food for any of these animals, no animal is, we are safe from all these animals till we just get into its way. No animal kills man simply because it wants to kill man. It's only because of accidents. And for that accident point of view, please note our Wildlife Institute of India director. He was killed by an elephant in Bandipur in Karnataka. He was an IFS officer. Our Nagarhole National Parks director, while serving in Nagarhole, he was killed by elephant in Nagarhole. So it is not that because we are just standing on this side of the fence and we call ourselves, we are practicing foresters and we work with elephants, so elephant is very friendly with us. No. Nobody has understood its behavior because it's a very intelligent animal and its two behaviors will never be same. We have been told in our academies, if you are within 100 meters of an elephant, if you see it, you run away. Otherwise, it is upon the elephant, whatever he wants to do with you, he will do. Don't bother. So, it is very easy to say, barricade. Barricade the forest so that it doesn't come out. You see, we have rail fences broken by elephants. Elephant dying trying to cross the rail barricade. And these are very heavy rail barricades which elephant usually don't do. But when the thing is living, there is nothing usual. There are a lot of instances where unusual things happen. And when the stress levels are very high, animals work beyond their capacity, and whatever we design only for the average capacity of that animal. So these mishaps do happen. Now, again to the topic of today. when we are designing safer cities, when we are designing safer cities for human from elephants, we have to design infrastructure, we have to design areas, we have to design responses to the rates of elephants in such a way that our elephants are safe. If our elephants are safe, they are definitely not going to come in, especially in your university area, elephant is not going to come. It will only come to South Bangalore. Don't bother. North of Bangalore, there is no elephant territory. So we have to study. We have to study. And in the design process, we need to have an elephant, we need to have a scientist who knows about the behavior of elephant, so that your designs for human are animal friendly, your designs for human are elephant friendly. And this is not a picture from internet. These are real things which have started happening in India now. In Pench National Park, entire national highway went over and above that park so that the animals, they keep on moving below. From the national highway which goes from Nagpur to Mumbai, we have animal crossovers which have been designed. So it is not the issue of cost. We try to cut a little cost in the infrastructure development, and finally the human being there suffers. Now, next important thing in Bangalore, very recently, very recently, you must have heard that we killed a leopard. And it is the most saddening day for a forest officer when he himself kills a leopard. We are supposed to be their guardians. We are supposed to be helping them. But if we have to order a killing of a leopard under whatever circumstances, that is one of the most saddest day for us. But in spite of doing that, Bangalore has been seeing a consistent leopard invasions, especially now recently it entered an apartment. Before that it had entered a school. Why it is happening that? Why it is happening that? And who is on the receiving side? It is not the man who is on receiving side. We rarely get news that a man has been killed by a leopard. But a leopard getting killed on NAISE road or leopard getting drowned in a well, these are very death of a leopard is a very commonly occurring incidents. So how do you design? When you have butcher shops, unregulated butcher shops, by being unregulated, I do not mean you remove them. By saying unregulated butcher shops, just to ensure that disposal of whatever material is coming from butcher shop is done in such a way that they do not attract animals. My friends, please see our Bangalore city. Recently, what incident happened in Bangalore, where the common perception of people was this leopard came from Bannerghatta. There is nothing wrong in that. Because there is a forest near Bannerghatta, and whatever animal should have come in Bangalore, they have come from Bannerghatta. No. Bangalore itself has such areas. You see from Iblur HSR layout to our Trinity Circle, there is a contiguous area of army, golf courses, parade grounds, etc., etc. These army camps, which is a contiguous area, and definitely in such a green contiguous area, there will be 10, 15 leopards. And exactly at the boundary of this green area, you have apartment construction going on, and where these laborers for this apartment construction, they stay there. And when these hutments of laborers are there are n number of stray dogs. And what is the prey for these leopards? Prey for these leopards is stray dogs. So if we take care of butcher shops, if we take care of poultry, our poultry farms, whatever waste comes from there, and third is designing the green spaces in such a way that we immediately do not have high concentration of human habitation near it or high concentration of stray dogs near it. Again, a question open to designers of tomorrow. When we design a safer Bangalore, design a safer city for leopards also. Our neighborhood friend, every day it will come in our apartments and take something and go. Have you ever imagined if you go to Ayodhya, or don't go to Ayodhya, you go to some South Indian temple here only. If you go to a temple area, you will see lots of monkeys. And you come out of the temple area and go to an inhabited area, you won't see monkeys. Why these temple monkeys are not moving out in cities and trying to make human life unsafe? They have a bigger social system. There is a social hierarchy. They work in hierarchies. They try and see what is the stress, how much area is available to them to move around and to live safely. The moment you give safer living areas, safer sanctuaries for these monkeys, they won't move to apartments. Tomorrow when you come from main road to your university campus, because my son studied in this Ryan International School, I used to come to this campus, this area. All this building, all these villas, everything was blank, vacant land, and we used to park our cars there. And today what you see, there is nothing wrong. I'm not saying anything is right or wrong, but it is for us to think. Okay, we are having so many bulldozers, removing everything, and then saying it from tomorrow, yes, everything will be okay. If the planning is like that, then how do you have safe city? You need to have protected areas within the cities. You need to have designated areas within the city which harbors these animals, where they feel they are safe. And when they feel they are safe, they don't trouble human being. Man is also safe. Story of Goraya, our sparrow, childhood sparrow. It used to come in our house. And now if you want to see a sparrow, you can see only at Bangalore airport. You have to go 35 kilometers outside Bangalore. This is just an example to say that, okay, why such small things we are not noticing? Have we become so greedy? If Bangalore can be 80 kilometers, Bangalore can be 200 kilometers also. You name all cities around Bangalore. Mysore is also Mysore, Bangalore. Tumkur is also Tumkur, Bangalore. You make everything Bangalore, it doesn't matter. I'm not bothered. Why is that everybody wants to stay near MG Road only? This is the only city in the world I have seen where you have 60 feet road and 20-story apartment. Huh? See, this is not to comment on anybody's work. It is just to ensure, it is just to be advocates of these smaller animals. Huh? Okay, please include me also in your development process. Please include me also in your planning process. You plan for me also, and then make compromises. You plan without making compromises, that is wrong. You take me also as component, and then make compromises. Compromises are to be made. It is not that everything will be planned as a green city or everything will be planned as a commercial city. To save these birds, we require again small sanctuaries. We require urban forests. We don't require, and please take it from me, our parks are not forests. Our parks are not forests. The moment we say we are creating a park, we create a Kabban park, we create Jarak Bande part 2, part 3, part 4, whatever. We create a park and tomorrow it becomes an entertainment area. The moment we create a park, it has landscaping. When nature is there, why you want to landscape? So we require urban lung spaces. Urban lung spaces for human being also, and urban lung spaces for all these varieties of birds who can live there. And we don't want an urban lung space of maybe 1,000 hectares, but at least 10 hectares in every neighborhood. Because when the population of birds shrink, it is not just bird. The bird will be with insects and so many things. When this life shrinks, let them shrink in small silos. Let them not get vanished away. Now my last friends. Definitely, they will come to your house. Why should not they come to your house? You have designed your houses. You have concretes on the pavement. when the rain comes, when water enters their, what they call, and they come out, where do they go? When the rats enter your house, they don't come to your house to kill you or to eat you. They come behind rats. You allow them to eat rats outside the house, they will not come to your house. So please, when you want to have your house pest-free, you make your neighborhood pest-friendly, your house will definitely be pet-free. You need not spend every year on making your house pet-free. Now, we take pride in Bangalore being a garden city. Garden city with every January, February, March, with a different color on different roads. We have a number of books, but have we realized from where did we bring these trees? Are these just trees or plastic trees? No. They are a full ecosystem. They are living things. They take your water. They are water pumps. They take water from your underground area and they give water outside, they evaporate. They have pollen grains. So is temperate area Bangalore designed for these kind of plants which has come from equatorial area where rainfall is very high? So, or in a simpler terms we say, are we using the pump of a right HP in our land? Or are we allowing these pollen grains to go into our atmosphere, the pollen grains to which we are not accustomed to? It is not that the pollen grains will go. Pollen grains will always be there and humans will adjust to all the allergies. But the allergies to which our forefather had adjusted, now we are getting exposed to new pollen grains every day and we have become protopolis for pollen grains. So the best way to take care of this is that whenever you plan, whenever you landscape your area, please don't get a consultant from Singapore. Do it with a local consultant. And the easiest way is to draw a line where you are doing that landscaping, draw a circle, 25-kilometer circle, whichever the biggest forest falls there. Just go there, see what is the apex trees there, make a note of those trees. Please use those trees only. Bangalore will not be a capital for respiratory diseases. We have so many capitals in Bangalore, let us not be capital of respiratory diseases. This is again, out of love for the tree, इससे अच्छा तो पेड़ को काट दिए होते भाई, रखने की जरूरत क्या है? वो सीमेंट लगा देंगे, पता नहीं क्या निकल रहा है उसमें से, क्या भाई? Why you are wasting your cement, boss? Allow some water to go inside, na? Maybe our contractors are very magnanimous. We'll give extra cement to government. This is we do day in and day out. जितने लोगों ने बेंगलोर में घर बनाया है, while making house, what we do? We scrape all the topsoil, throw it away, build our house, and then 2% of the area will bring some more soil and will landscape it. You waste 100%, then get 20% of soil from somewhere else, the soil which you have not made, which takes 200, 300 years to get built up, which has millions of microorganisms where neither you can contribute nor I can contribute, but still day in and day out we are doing this. Please include this in your planning process. If you have a soil corporation in Bangalore, which is purchasing soil from every apartment built up or every new development coming in, and it supplies to the ones which are already done up for landscaping, that will make millions. Finally, this is what I am suggesting. What I am trying to suggest is that education is the only way we can come out of it. If you go and tell BBMP, no, you are not required for planning for Bangalore, they will show me Town Planning Act, and then this is as per the rule, and that's 30-year CDP, and some French expert will come and he will do the CDP. This is as per law. We are not bothered about the law. We are just bothered please include our voices also. And to convince others to include our voices, to convince others to listen them, we have to educate them. And it is not just job of an activist or a government servant, or after 15 days I will retire, I will also become an activist. So it is not our job. It is everybody's job to educate everybody with whatever they know. You may be expert of ants. There's a person in our department who is expert of only spiders. So everybody's idea counts. And everybody's idea may not be implemented, need not be implemented. But as a knowledge body, it is important. Unless you are part of that knowledge body, unless you have that input, you cannot plan for anything which is inclusive. And anything which is inclusive is not resilient, will not survive for long. I have included some of the logos. They are just representatives. If in Bangalore, we start searching for people who want to contribute, there will be at least 200 organizations. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you so much, sir. That was insightful, and I'm sure you have left all of us with a lot of food for thought. I would now like to invite Dr. Gururaj to continue this conversation and discussion. And a few things that I would like to add about Dr. K.V. Gururaj also. He has described 3 novel breeding behaviors in frogs, 23 new species of frogs from the Western Ghats, and 2 new fish species. He's published more than 50 papers in peer-reviewed journals, nationally and internationally both. He has recently published a paper in Nature as a co-author, The Ongoing Declines for the World's Amphibians in the Face of Emerging Threats. So I think it would be best to hear it from him about his journey and the future as we see it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Srivatsav sir. That was a wonderful setting tone for Safe City. In fact, had been given opportunity to talk about amphibians, I could have also pitched for the voices of frogs. But today I thought I will not do that, but I will show you some photographs and also want you guys to listen to the sound of the city and then see what happens, okay? What do you think? What's happening over there? Any guesses? Wild guesses? Just to ensure that I will exceed more than 15 minutes standing here, because otherwise my slides are only 10 and I want it to be very crisp, but let us have a conversation. So what do you think that slide is showing? Any idea? Any vague idea? Except those who knows about it. Others? Louder. Thermal screening. Wonderful. Yeah. Anybody else? Anyone there? Here? Okay. So let us listen to it, okay? What did you hear? Should I play again? Okay. Any wild guess? Wonderful. So aeroplane and frogs. So that's the city that we are in. So there are animals and there are human-made things. We coexist. And that's going to be the title of the talk, called How We Are Going to See Our Cities Sound. Okay, so Because there are things that we have constructed, as Srivatsa was already mentioning. We have built environment, we have the roads, we have airports, still we have frogs. So what's happening there? So have we ever recorded any of these things? Have we listened carefully to the environment? Do we have any database of what we have or what we had, what we lost, what we are going to lose in due course of time? So where do we stand now, right? So to go in that direction, I have a couple more slides. This was Kengeri, way back in 2011. But it doesn't have an amphibian call over there, but there's something more. You can listen to that. There's someone reading the azan, so that's the sound over there. Though these red dots that you see is the sound, like it's a azan being read. Similarly, if I go to the next one, this is in RR Nagar Lake. Again, it's one of the undergrad student who wanted to work on a project way back when I was in IAC. So this is part of the study to go and record sounds. So you can also hear sounds from RR Nagar Lake. So that was June 18, 2011. And what you can hear, see the red patches, they're all the sounds of the vehicle, right? Still, there is no frog there. But when you want to really hear certain things, so let's see one more sound. I hope you will be able to make this. So there are bird sounds. If you are able to hear, but yeah, I think that's full volume from my laptop. Can you increase the volume, sir? Whoever is there, sitting there. So there are bird species, but there is a continuous sound. You can hear that too. So let's move forward. Right? So what I'm trying to show you is not just pictures. What I'm trying to show you with the pictures is the kind of redness that you see, the kind of what we call as spectrograms, right? Which is Fourier transformed waveforms. They are the species that exist in this place. Okay, we have sounds from human beings, human-made noises and all, but at the same time, you also have species which are residing in those places. So who are going to document that? So sir has shown us the leopards coming into, the sparrows going away, the elephants corridor. There were pictures, right? Over a period of time, you don't even know what existed, what doesn't exist, or these images will not tell you the exact story. But if you start listening to the sound, you have much better understanding of the surrounding, right? And that is the intent of listening to sound and seeing to sound. I will move forward. This will be a little loud, but let's see how it functions. Yeah. This is again the same place somewhere in Sandur. When the pipe conveyor belt operates, it's just like even you can't hear my voice. That's the loudness we have, okay? But if you listen to some sounds from the Western Ghats, can you make out what this could be? Close Cicadas, wonderful, yeah. Cicadas are not crickets, that's all. Right, you have a rhythmic pattern, you have harmonics, everything is coming over there that you can't beat this sound with anything that you heard so far, right? Then we have campus, our own campus. I don't have record for this. I want you guys to go around, listen to what happens in campus, because that's one of the challenges we need to create, where you will have something called embedded practice, right? So what you are hearing, will you be able to document it? And over a period of time, what has changed, right? So that will help you actually to appreciate. You may not realize it now, but perhaps 10 years down the lane, you will see the difference. So this was on a Sunday. You just see how it is looking, and on a Monday morning, you start seeing the redness more over there. It's not necessarily that it's by the students, it's also the construction activities that's going on. But that means there is a lot of activity that happens during the weekdays. Right, so how are we planning to do this? So I'm going to open this forum because we are trying to put this back into the WDP and figure it out how best we can document to record what happens in Bangalore. So there are three things in ecoacoustic space. One we call anthrophony, where it's a sound generated through humans by their activities as well as by them. Next is the biophony, which is all the birds, whatever makes sound, insects, frogs, all those things. We are not putting bats here right now because that requires additional frequency range, which we don't record right now. Otherwise, yeah, that can also be included. And we have something called geophony, which is the rainfall and the wind sound, all those things. There are a couple of websites which talks about cities and memories. Like if you are 10 years ago or 15 years ago, if you have been to Gandhi Bazaar on the roadside, the vendors or the Kadlekai Parshe, so you have memories of that, and you can actually relate the sound with the memory. Like suddenly I don't know how many of you listen to old Hindi film songs. The moment you listen to the tune, your memory starts unwinding, right? You will start perhaps taken back into time, and you start going into flashback mode kind of stuff. So there are websites which talks about these things. So, but what they do is they ask you to send a call and then they play it kind of stuff. But what we wanted to do is perhaps a real-time viewing of sound, where if you look at Bangalore, it's a blurred map, but if you can see, it's also gridded for 1 kilometer grid kind of stuff. We have about 741 square kilometers of area. Even if you start putting one recorder at 1 square kilometer area, you need about 740 devices. But having those many devices, are we going to analyze those data on real-time basis? That's a challenge. But we should be able to do it if we want to have a database on which we can then say what has changed or what is happening. So we need some sort of understanding of our landscape, and then the understanding of the devices that we use, the quantum of data that's going to come in, the scale at which we are going to operate this. So I'm trying to put all these things down over there. So we get almost like 1 GB of information from one device every day. So if you have 741 devices, you can imagine how much it is. It becomes humanly impossible to really figure out what is happening. But on the other side, if somebody wants to go back in time and say in 2023, August, somewhere in Lal Bagh, in the midday, what is happening over there, I should be able to understand what was happening there, what kind of species were there, what kind of human activities were happening. Was it raining? Was it raining heavily in Bangalore at that point in time? So if you see from this perspective of documentation, data, memory, all these things, this is seemingly a very challenging task, but it also has its own data-driven tasks which we really need to sit down and work on that. Thank you very much. I'm open for discussions and acoustic analysis. I'm always happy, and anybody who is interested in coming and visiting to our lab, which is in SMI, RIT 401, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Be here.
Yeah, okay. You don't want me to run away?
No. Thank you, Dr. Gururaj, for that insight. From the micro and macro, from both the lenses, we have observed what Mr. Srivastava talked about. Being in being a forester for 32 years and being able to analyze the problems and also feeling the need to also look at the right problems to amplify and navigating our ways around it. So right now also what I would like to, sir, would you mind coming on the stage? If we have any questions from the students, we'll be able to take that, or if we have any comments. There are efforts going on across the world and also looking at non-human habitations. There are people who are making games on subjects to spread awareness as well. Forest Department, I'm sure, has been doing a lot under the aegis of the likes of Mr. Srivastava. So if anyone has any questions or comments or would like to share their thoughts as a design student of how you can contribute, the floor is yours, and we have both the members here. You've seen the two aspects where we are talking about really large species and we are also looking at really micro species. Both of them tend to get overshadowed by our presence. So let's hear it from you guys. If any one of you would like to share your thoughts and comments. Anyone? Jacob, yes, please. Yeah, take this.
I'd like to just start this off by asking, the session prior to this was on the city as data and how to sort of digitally map the city. So, Dr. Gururaj, your current project, which is to set up sound sensors, picking up so much of data, how would you see something like this contribute to, what we are aiming to do is to build a digital twin for Bangalore.
Yeah.
How does your work sort of fit into something like that?
Wow. Straightforward is I'm trying to visualize Bangalore in terms of sound. So as long as it's possible for us to visualize Bangalore specifically, because each location has its own charm. So Yalanka is something different or unique compared to Gandhi Bazaar, compared to Baswangudi, compared to Bannerghatta area. So each place, are we able to capture that? In addition to that, we also have green and blue spaces in Bangalore, which are like lakes and parks that Sir was mentioning. Even those places have become pockets of biodiversity. Can we able to document those things at present? So I'm seeing it as a data at present, but what happens in future? 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, perhaps 100 years down the line. What is going to happen? What is going to change? Are we going to be like this forever? Or as I have already seen in my life, like I came to Bangalore in 2003. This is my 20th year. So what changes have happened? And the slow changes are many times very slow and we don't even notice it. Only thing what I notice is when I go back to those places which I have not visited for long duration, suddenly I feel, oh, that's completely changed. Diversity is not there. So perhaps this will help in documenting the data or the sound data, which so far has not been recorded anywhere. That's what my take is. Yes, please.
Sorry for butting in between, but two factors which the reason I'm doing so. One is you, Guru, and one is using sound data. Correct me if I'm wrong, because initially after I joined, one of your students had used your data mapping technique and had used to map the human movement on campus, which is very, very interesting. What happens near the gate, near the traffic areas.
Yeah.
So I think that's, for me personally, one example of that data mapping, if I'm correct on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question for you, sir, Dr. Srivastava, sir. I'm part of an architecture school, and we have landscape as one of the courses. But what used to happen is about like how you usually told that you build a building and around you start putting plants. But one of the things what we have realized and what change we have brought in is that we need to understand how not to build or what not to do. And as part of ADI, we've also been thinking of opening up that course to other schools where they can take it up as a credit course. So this we felt it's important as all design schools to, one is how to design, but the most important thing is how not to design. So what would be your suggestions or inputs as to how this course as a thing can happen?
See, precursor to any idea is a technically qualified person to get the idea executed. Whatever I said was nothing new. It's not that I am expert in that area or I am an architect or whatever. It's part of Graha code also, and it is part of IGBC, whatever silver category, platinum category code also. Even I as a forester, I also knew this. But while making my house, I did not have a contractor who could follow whatever I imagined to follow. Okay? So first is will, and then second is law, and third is a person well qualified to execute your ideas, execute your dreams, available immediately in front of you or near you. Okay? When you say you have a course like this, where you train people to ensure that this is included, designing becomes inclusive of the soil also. In that case, please also examine whether the building bylaws or the BBMP bylaws have also mandated it. Because we are human beings. Unless something is mandated, we don't do. If tomorrow BBMP says from tomorrow onwards, instead of 2 trees, you will have 20 trees. Yes, we will do. If they say plant near Kolar and make a house in Bangalore, we will do. But unless that is mandated, see what happens there are a number of good ideas. There are a number of requirements for that idea. But that idea has to be absorbed in the planning process. It has to be part of bylaws. And then beyond bylaws, for a KEB, there are certain ways you have to do your wiring. And there is a certified engineer from KEB itself, only he can do that wiring. Similar is your case. When you say green architecture, a person well qualified in this green architecture, or maybe 3-star or 3-tree-star, don't call it star, 3-tree architecture certified from this kind of courses, only should be doing the building plan. Unless it is brought to that level, unless it becomes part of soul of the city, it doesn't grow. Thank you.
There's a question at the back.
Thank you. That was a really insightful presentation and a great take on safety, something that I really didn't expect, but I was blown. That's a great approach to safety. And what my question is I think it's coming also from the understanding that we had before this, is to understand that the data collection silos that's happening across. So I'm actually a landscape architect, and I do refer to some of these resources time and again. What I sense is that there's a website for trees, there's a website for birds, there's a website for butterflies, but when they actually coexist, there are patterns which are interlinked. And I recently heard about this software app called Seasons Watch, where people map a certain plant and then they see the change. So I feel like all of these have very different parameters to assess. And I was looking at whether there are efforts to kind of put them together so they make sense, because they play out against each other or with each other. So are there any initiatives like that?
Perfect. That's a great question. There is something called India Biodiversity Portal, right? It is under we have the server here, you have the data set up here, right? Where you can actually post any pictures of a biological organism. It can be a tree, it can be a plant, it can be a bird, butterfly, moth, insect, anything, right? And it has categories that will allow you to percolate. You need not even have to identify. You just say, I don't know the identification, you just post the photograph taken from your smartphone. And there are moderators who will look into those things and they allocate, and there are moderators who come back to you saying that the species is what the species is, right? So it is there. The database is very much available. We have also made database for the Mahe campus called CBIM, where anybody can go out and record. You can also do it in 3 ways. One is sound, one is video, the other one is picture. Checklist option was available, but it is right now not being put up there. Otherwise, you can also upload a checklist. So these kind of data sites are available. Apart from Indian sites, there is iNaturalist, eBird, specifically for birds and all. Those are all available. I would prefer get into India Biodiversity Portal because it's much better to have your own database in your own country. Yeah.
Anyone else? Any thoughts to share? Otherwise, I will also try to round up. Yes, please, Jacob.
Srivastav, sir, you mentioned this thing about going a little local when it comes to planting in Bangalore, and when you're planning planting in Bangalore. What does the forest department do to increase this? Because I mean, when I was building my house, for instance, I went to the forest department, perhaps with your permission, or no, it was a friend who was working in the forest department. I went to the Hebal nursery to pick up plants, and the person there encouraged me to pick up mahogany, and he said, you must plant X number of mahogany in this much of land. Now, I'm not sure whether mahogany is suited for this area, but has the thinking changed, or maybe mahogany is suited for this area, I'm not sure, but is there somewhere where I can go and get species which are suitable for this landscape?
There is 3 parts to this answer. First part is that forest department is, don't record it. Forest department is also as culprit as you are in creating whatever mess we have created in Bangalore. We are also human being, and being such a big organization, institutional learning curve is very, very slow. An individual can become an activist. An institution cannot become an activist. Let us understand this from this point of view. The first idea was to make Bangalore green city. It was somewhere around 1994 that Bangalore Urban Division got Indira Priyadarshini Award. And after that we got 2 more awards, and now since last 10-15 years we never got any award. The initially planted trees in Bangalore were of 1994, prior to 1994, 87 to 94, almost 15-20 years. Those trees, whether mahogany, spathodia, or this rain tree, etc., they have grown, they have become big, and they have become huge trees in Bangalore. That is first generation of tree. Now as an activist, my first instinct is not to allow trees to be cut. Trees are supposed to be cut. If Samanya Saman, a rain tree, overgrows in size, and that electric line wala has clipped it from one side, it has become lopsided tree. Is it not posing danger to human being? Is it not that tree which is there on the main road? It's only in Bangalore you see that. Tree on the main road is allowed to be on the main road just because somebody has gone to High Court and seen that it is not cut. It will not get cut, but there will be n number of accidents. You cannot be activist in this issue. The trees which have overgrown their period, the trees which have become dangerous, they had to be clipped, they had to be curated, they had to be removed also, and new trees are to be planted. Now, I told Bangalore maximum size of the road is 80 feet. On a 80-feet road, how many big trees you can have? And 80 feet is the biggest size. The normal size is 40 feet. Every third house, if you want to have a tree, there won't be any space on the road itself. And with this, as India has grown, first idea was to make Bangalore green. Whatever we got, we planted. Then we had fancy ideas. Whichever country we went, we brought the best looking tree and planted in Bangalore. I will not talk of these times. Our Tipu Sultan, he brought eucalyptus from Australia. So eucalyptus was we brought it. So we always fancy these ideas, anything which comes from foreign country. I'll not talk of trees, we'll talk of tomatoes. This we brought from a foreign country, it was not an Indian vegetable. So anything which comes from foreign country is good and it has to be there. It's not like that. That native and that local trees, this concept has come in late 90s or maybe into 2000 after. And you will be glad to see in the airport area, Bangalore, that 36 acres of the land where it is planned, that Kempegoda statue is there and a city urban lung space is planned. That has been designed on a concept of Dandakaranya. So Dandakaranya is the representative forest area of all the species which were local to Karnataka. So there you see an example that it can be done. It is not that it cannot be done. If somebody decides to do it, he will be doing it. And most of these Dandakaranya trees, they are not planted. They were translocated. And while translocating, except for neem, where it is very, very difficult to translocate, all other species have survived. You can get in touch with the KIL, this Bangalore airport, and get the details from there. It is not hard to recreate them. So definitely, whenever we have to fight for it in all future discourses, wherever the issue of planting comes, it should not be a fad. It should be a genuinely decided idea where you plan and execute it. Thank you.
To add to that, if you see IAC campus, you like each director who had his own wish for a particular tree that was brought, but they were not native. And you see in IAC campus every year there's a tree felling happening, something falls off, because there's no, the root cannot go deeper. And the soil surface is very thin in those areas. So if somebody really wants to do the landscaping, I think the first thing is to figure out what was native for this place, and perhaps only plant those things which are proper. Even though it doesn't look great, it's not a, we may have,
Looking great is a concept.
yeah,
I don't
right.
look great, well. Usually will say you don't look great.
Yeah.
I'm great in
Yeah.
my country, you are great in your country.
And each of those trees require a huge amount of water. And when BBMP is struggling to provide drinking water for us, then what is the water that we are going to provide it for the trees? Right? We need to really figure those out too. It's whether the grey water we are going to provide or something else, or just we want to have green space, that's why we put big trees. So this is a great challenge that we are facing, at least in the recent years.
So I think now that we have identified the right kind of issues to talk about, advocate about, and bring in conversations with the young audience, you have a question there, please get a mic here. So since we have these conversations going, what is the room that we are making with so many design schools, art schools, science colleges coming together, a generation which one can hopefully rely on? So with the amount of work, what 20, 30 years that you guys have paved, what are we leaving behind for them to take forward? And I mean, that's a question from my side. You being an academician, Guru Raj, you advocate about this. You bring it in the classroom as practitioner. And Mr. Srivastav, as having served for 30 years and from your youth till your retirement right now, what is the room, what is the kind of work that forest departments have been able to include and collaborate on? So what are those things that we can also look forward to in terms of bringing live projects into the picture? You can also add your questions so we can sum up together. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. So firstly, thank you very much for the talk. It was truly very insightful, and it's a very new aspect of nature that I came across today. My question was that, like you said, that animals like elephants, monkeys, everyone have their own mindset. They have their own lifestyle and habits that they follow. So with like time, what are the changes that you've seen in animals, and also with COVID hitting us, what were the changes that we saw in animals that we've observed? Because temples were closed, so what happened to the monkeys? Because they were not getting the safe space and all of the reasons. So yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, perfect. So for me, it's the small animals. I looked at frogs. They were good. They're doing really great. When we weren't there, it's quite obvious in certain cases because they are not directly dependent. Like frogs are not dependent on, like how monkeys are dependent on human beings. Monkeys might have found places where they are supposed to go back and figure out. And many instances, it's the survival instinct that leads us to go where we want to go. For example, it's the food that matters. Whether it is available directly in the next kitchen or you have to travel for another 5 kilometers to fetch it. So you will, if it is not available in next kitchen, you have to go. That's what animals do. So they will figure it out whether that particular tree bears the fruit. Should I ride that crop and eat? That's what they do. So that's what I was able to observe at least.
See, now there is two parts of the answer. First, what you asked, and then what she asked. I'll answer her first. We as humans, we unnecessarily presume that animals are dependent upon us to eat. Okay? If there was a temple, it is like Zomato auntie for them. Otherwise, they have their own mechanism to have their own food. They were supposed to eat something, and they were eating something. No animal died because of starvation during COVID. Our restaurants were closed. Their restaurants were open. Okay. Now comes next. Okay, when we have these n number of questions, society is supposed to ask tomorrow. Please understand that all these questions exist today in spite of us being foresters for 34 years or 35 years. It is not that we as experts we have solved. These are the questions we have left to the future generation, and be rest assured my daughter herself studied in Srishti, and I know what kind of questions she asked. This designer community is not controllable. They are really makers of tomorrow's India, and I have full faith all the right kinds of questions, if guided enough, and the questions are not to be guided, the energies are to be guided in the right direction, which definitely they will not feel it is right. Only we want to impress upon them that this is the right direction. But if something they think and they move on, these questions keep nagging them. That is why I did not propose any answers. I only proposed questions. These are the things you have to think for tomorrow. And definitely when you think for tomorrow, you think for your campus, you think outside your campus, and you will be the people who will be able to find right kind of answers. Our experiences are like databases, like digital database or like this voice database, etc., etc., which you can rely upon in future. That time people thought like this. Now it is your time. How you want to think, that is your problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajkumar Srivastav, Mr. Rajkumar Srivastav, and Dr. Gururaj KV. This brings us to the end of the Safe City discussion, where we are looking through different lens and at non-beings. So I hope this has left you with thought and inspiration to open our worldviews and keep coming back. Please get in touch with both our speakers. If at any near future you need guidance, you know we have someone to look up to. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here this evening. Join us for tea. Jacob, I'll invite you to share your note of thanks.
Thank you very much. And as it is with every session, this is just the beginning of what we have to do over the next 5 years, and especially over the next 1 year. So I'm really looking forward to many of your ideas being implemented as we go along. Still quite a few questions and discussions to be had. We finished a little early, ahead of time. We can continue the discussions over tea in the SMI campus. Those of you who have not seen the showcase, especially if you're from Srishti and you haven't seen the showcases from the other schools, please use this opportunity to see. I think Strat has got work there. Bangalore School of Design, CMR, several schools have got their work there. And what we're hoping will happen is that over the next 5 years, we'll be working more and more across universities as well. we are not yet at a stage where we can do shared credits, but Murli here has been a very strong advocate, and I don't think he could do it last year, but this year it's certainly on the cards from CMR University. Within Mahe itself, we have many schools. So many of the projects will be done with, let's say, TAPME, MIT, the School of Law. We've already started projects with School of Law and TAPME, but the same can extend to universities across. And so far, in the last 2 days, we've seen so much of potential for us to interact with the larger community of NGOs and so on. Yeah. So let's continue the discussion outside. Arindam, you needed to say something. Yes, please.
Yeah, it is a good afternoon. It's just a coincidence because we have a lot of other events happening like Interim, Interlude. All of you have not been able to attend. But even though the numbers have been small, the enthusiasm has not been small at all. And we have seen this over the last 2 days. So my appeal to you, as ambassadors of SMI, Mahe, and the WDP, fan out, get people and give us your ideas. And I promise we'll be only there not to stop your ideas, but to guide you wherever required. And we look forward to your enthusiastic, because you're on the ground, it's your generation next. So you've got to tell us what is best to be done and how is to be done. Thank you.
And one last word to you, sir. You said future citizens, future this, future that. Now, I met a lady over lunch who's doing the India Education Collaborative, and she said, students are not future citizens, they are citizens today. So, I mean, it's just that young people, it's not about you coming into your own later, but you're already in your own. Yeah? Don't forget that. Thank you.
That is our way to ensure that we are there.
Right.
They don't kick us out.
So thank you very much. The sessions for today are over. I think there will be some overlap with the other sessions, but people will be joining us in the tea area. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
Sure. Yeah, that's okay.